Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, gotta fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Welcome. It is I. It is he. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Of course, to my immediate left, my co-host, my friend, Righteous Reg. How are you this Sunday morning? Can't hear you, buddy.
Hello. Am I here? Okay,
yeah, now I can hear
myself. Your favorite podcaster. It was doing that thing where I was playing the song in my headphones. Anyways, very annoying this morning, StreamYard. But I'm here, Philip Lindsey. I'm excited. There's a lot going on this week. Like I was thinking about, I was like, damn, what are Phil and I going to talk about on the show? And I was like, there's like 5,000 things we legit can get into. We gotta, I'm like, there's too many things, honestly, at this point. Wild week of stuff going on, but I'm happy to be here. My brother, what's up with you?
Yeah, a little bit warmer. Yeah, well, direction wise on my screen, semantics. It doesn't matter one step. You know what I mean? We're here. It is a Sunday morning. In the place to be.
Absolutely.
Straight off top, rest in peace to the TV sitcom legend Grady Lamont Sanford. If you do not know, rest in peace to him. Rest in peace to the great, hilarious Catherine O'Hare as well.
Oh my goodness, dog!
What a tragic loss for both of those people. Condolences to their friends and family. Well wishes. But yeah, that was kind of the news of the weekend. I feel like I'm missing another one. Oh yeah, of course,
Michael 5,000 watts.
Yeah, of course. Rest in peace to Michael 5,000 watts. Legend and hip hop legend in the Houston space and the South. Instrumental for Swishahouse and their sound and the run that they went on for a little bit. Yeah, what an impact that he made. What an impact Swishahouse made in a brief amount of time. Rest in peace to him as well.
Yeah, I played Still Tippin' right before we came on, and I was like, first of all, get Brian Keith back, Still Tippin'.
Yes.
Still Tippin' at a time. There was like a time when Still Tippin' was like the only song we were playing, and we live in California. Like all of my homies were just like Swishahouse, Mike Jones, like Paul Wall, like they kind of took over the game, and Michael 5,000 watts was at the top of that. He changed the region. He put Houston on the map for putting out tapes and being on the other side of the corporations and bringing hip hop to people all over. Just a tremendous loss. Rest in peace of Michael 5,000 watts. Catherine O'Hara, like, we just got out of Christmas. I saw a gazillion memes of her from Home Alone, like synonymous with the holidays at this point. Schitt's Creek, watched a lot of that at one point. Tremendous in that show. The Studio, if you guys haven't seen The Studio with Seth Rogen, like that show is super funny, incredible, and she tears it down on there. Like she was still actively working, Phil. They were about to get back into The Studio season 2, and she's on it. So like, rest in peace to an absolute legend. Like comedy ran through her at a lot of points. Like her resume is wild. And Grady, dog, like as our generation, Phil, we grew up with hearing that theme music in our lives, watching that show. All the adults in my life loved that show, loved what that run was, loved what Sanford and Son did for our culture and what it represented. Like these are some huge losses, man.
Catherine O'Hara, of course, also in Beetlejuice,
Beetlejuice.
Nightmare Before Christmas as well. Like so many other things that she was in. Like I said, tragic loss. But you know, when you've created so many fond memories around things you've created, that's also such a blessing for a lot of people because some people don't get a chance to be a part of the big things that she was, and that's the same thing with Grady or Michael Watts. A lot of people wish that they had that kind of impact on people's lives. So that is a tremendous blessing. Again, rest in peace to them. Condolences to their friends and family.
Yeah, I mean, some people passed away and there's nothing. They think about what's their lasting legacy, what's it gonna be, and these people's legacies are infamous. They're forever. Like we'll never forget about what they left on life. So rest in peace to them. Love out to their family and things. Just a sad way to begin the week. It's been some things going on in the world. I'm sure their minds are going wild. Outside is god awful at a lot of points. And I don't know what to do, Philip Lindsey.
Yeah. It's rough. Last time we were here, I was saying they're getting ready to put my guy's jersey in the rafters. Really happy for my guy. Really proud of Chicago hometown legend Derrick Rose. That was cool to see so many people giving it up to my guy around the league. Like his old teammates popped up. Really good feeling, man. Good feeling, and I think we should really stay in as many good feelings as we can at the moment because you like you said, so many really frustrating things happening in the world, and there's so many things that people feel powerless about at the moment. So it's kind of good to hang on to like those good feelings that we're getting at the moment, and just like enjoy, good experiences, enjoy like good people in your lives.
Absolutely. You just got to take whatever little morsel of joy and savor that thing. Yeah, Phil, it's like the way that I judge great players, the way that I judge great wrestlers, the way that I judge great rappers is the way that their peers talk about them. And the way that all of Derrick Rose's peers talk about him, they're like, this guy was dangerous. Anytime we played against him, he was the focus. We had to base our defenses around him. We had to base our offenses around him. Like he was running the court. Like I saw some slander this week, Phil, and I was like, dog, they weren't there is the thing that I say. Because when he got that MVP, like he earned that MVP, dog. Like he was balling out of control. And so every time I'm like, they weren't there, they didn't understand. It's just something. It'd be Knicks fans. I'll be understanding where it's coming from, Phil, but it's unwanted slander.
Listen, let me tell you. If I didn't have on my stay out of Chicago business hat any other time over the weekend, I didn't respond to any of those tweets I saw. I didn't respond to any of the slander. I'm not entertaining none of that. Stay out of Chicago business. If you weren't here at that time period, stay out of it. You're wrong. I saw the way people feared that guy. I'm not talking about this guy was just good and he was going out there and balling. No, people feared that guy. I saw the way like people that are considered elite point guards, the way they changed up when he was in front of them. Nah, I'm not trying to hear none of that. I'm not trying to hear none of these lies in 2026. We're not doing none of that. I don't want to hear none of that. Oh, he didn't take you guys to the finals. Hey man, fuck out of here with that. I'm not trying to hear that. This guy put Chicago basketball back on the map, and to do that as a guy from the city, not from the suburbs, not from like some other small part of Illinois, from Chicago, from the South Side. He's one of us. I ain't trying to hear that, dog.
And he wanted to, Phil. Like I hear you talk about the people that are from the area and they go somewhere else, or they say they don't want to play for Chicago or all these things. He wanted to come and he wanted to put it back to bring it back to the glory, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, exactly, man. And I mean, I see the way some Knicks fans talk about him too. Like a lot of Knicks fans really enjoyed his time there. I enjoyed some of his time there, and I'm not a Knicks fan. I just watched his games because I'm a fan of him as a player. But yeah, I've seen some people that are like, rivals. And listen, rivalries are rivalries, but stay out of Chicago business. Like, stay out of it. Like, to me, he's the most important Bulls player behind, of course, Michael Jordan. Like, the second most important Bulls player, in my opinion. And that's because I'm from here. And if you're from here, you might not get it. But hey, it ain't for you to understand. It's all right.
Easy as that. That's how I feel about it too, man. Like, if you don't understand, you don't understand. I saw that clip of them asking him if he wanted a statue, and he was like, "Not if it's gonna look like D Rose." I mean, not if it's gonna look like fucking what the homie's name, Dwayne Wade. If it's I don't know why his name slipped my brain that quickly. But yeah, that was hella funny. Shout out to the homie D Rose, man. Like I said, I was over here in California, huge Bulls fans growing up because Michael Jordan, of course, stopped watching basketball. When I got back into it, I got back into the Bulls because of Derrick Rose. The way he would finish a game, Phil, when the game was on the line and they'd hand this guy the ball and he would do it like it. How could you deny that?
Bro, there's so many moments where I'm just like, I understand because he's one of us. The way he would go out there and ball people up and just be completely silent, would not talk trash to them, would just go out there and hoop guys up and then would just like stare them down and say nothing. I think all the time about him hitting that game winner on Cleveland and then he just has like that blank stare on his face. I'm like, dog, that is like the epitome of like how ice cold Chicago guys are. When he walked out there at one of his All-Star game appearances and everybody else is like cheesing it up, dancing, and he's just like, "Oh, that's what y'all on? Okay, well, what's up, y'all? I'm here, Derek." Like, that is such a Chicago thing, bro, and anybody that's from here understands, man. Like, every time I see that, I'm like, bro, that is the epitome of a South Side guy, bro.
I love that clip, man. Like, LeBron's like doing
so funny.
He said Harlem shaking, like Chris Bosh.
So funny,
like,
bro.
Dancing, and then Derrick Rose is just like, Derek, yeah, nice to see y'all.
That's how y'all. Every time he's like looking around, like, oh, that's how y'all giving it up. I'm like, okay, oh man.
I mean, it's so funny that he came, Chicago and the connections, Jordan and all that stuff. He really had Kobe blood, though, because that's Kobe. That's how Kobe was. Like, he's like, I'm not into these shenanigans. Like, are we balling? Yes or no? And are you guys going to ball too? Because, like, I don't have time for this.
Yeah, there's several Derrick Rose moments where I'm just like, nah, I know where that guy's from.
Mm-hmm.
I know exactly where he's from. I know multiple people in my life that are like that. One of the funniest moments, as well as the All-Star thing, is when he went down. I think he was going up for free throws. He went down, got fouled, hit his second free throw, and he's running back in the other direction. And you can hear him clear as day go, "Weak ass niggas." So I was like, hey. Again, I know exactly where that guy's from.
Very Chicago. See, this is exactly why people don't understand what the connection is. They don't understand what he did to that city. And you're hearing it right here with your own ears.
Bro, nah. Very proud of that guy, man. Very, very proud of him. Just a good moment to see him out there with his family, to see what he meant to other players and his teammates. Salute to that guy, man. I wish he could have hoisted a championship here, but you know, all stories don't end that great. Also saw my guy, one of my favorite players ever, Allen Iverson, getting celebrated again by the Philadelphia 76ers. It feels like he gets celebrated by that team very often at this point, but that's how you should give it up to one of your legends and a figurehead in your organization like Allen Iverson. They had the whole team out there. I saw a lot of people making fun of Eric Snow, and I'm just like, guys, you know, it's cool, man. He's put on a little weight. But
listen, if you're not active anymore, you're not active anymore. But yeah, it's AI. Of course, they gave him. He's gotten all the accolades from Philadelphia. They're like, fine. They're like, what can we get for Allen? What can we get for Allen at this point? Because like they just want to continuously give it up for him. But he was another, like a generational player. Like he changed the trajectory of what basketball was. Like I was trying to cross niggas over when Allen Iverson was out, and I cannot cross niggas over, Phil. You know what I mean?
Yeah, love to see him getting his flowers, and he still seems so humble every time. Hey, from the city, bro. If you don't know, man. Italian Fiesta on the Saturday before close energy, dog. Hey. That's bro, you gotta, bro, if you're not from here, you're not gonna get it, dog. But it's
You
big
get
energy. Big energy, bro.
Everybody ain't gonna get it, but you get it. But yeah, definitely shout out to the guy. It's coming up this week, you guys. I live in the Bay Area. All I see, everything, every billboard, every advertisement on my phone is talking about the Super Bowl. I don't know what it's gonna be out here because the Bay Area it's touchy out here, Phil. People are definitely how when energy is kind of crazy in the world and the cities are kind of feeling it, it's feeling like that. So I don't know what this Super Bowl week is going to be like in the Bay Area, but I'm just hoping for safe travels for them all.
A lot of people is what it sounds like. We're getting a Super Bowl rematch. Seattle Seahawks versus the New England Patriots. I kind of felt like Sam Darnold wasn't going to get that team all the way to the bowl. It kind of felt like with the way that the Rams offense looked, the Rams were going to get it done. But, yeah, defense, man. Seattle's defense is pretty impressive at this point.
Tough.
I don't know, man. I don't know how to call this. I kind of feel like the Pats could win another one. It could go either way, though. I can't say that I am that invested. I'll be completely honest. I feel like it's been boring since my team has been out. But no, it should be a fun Super Bowl.
Yeah, them games last week were kind of like, oh, okay, that's okay. Football's on. Oh, these teams are going to the Super Bowl. Oh, that's nice. It wasn't like, yeah, let's get it. We're going crazy. Like even like fans of the teams were like, nice golf clap for what was going on. So should be interesting. Shout out to the Patriots potentially doing it without Brady. That's something, right?
Yeah. But yeah, send us in your super chats. That is the best way to get your chats read on this podcast. You can also send us at humperchat at humperchats.com/Fightful.
Yes, of course. We always appreciate you guys. The super chats, humper chats, any chats that you send to the podcast. You guys are the best. Shout out to all our supporters. I hope you guys are doing great today. Let's get into a few of those and we'll move forward. The homie Leonard Aarons III says the energy folks have for AEW roster is misdirected as WWE is way worse with this roster stagnation. Roman wins the Rumble. His bid on McAfee was Stanford fulfilling prophecy in action. There's a lot of that going on this weekend, Phil.
Buddy. There's a point, I think about a year ago, it may have been longer, and I was watching the way that Roman stands and the Roman Abbeys talk about Roman. And I've been of the opinion, if you're a top star for WWE, honestly, if you're a top star for any major company, you're going to move a certain way.
Yes.
And most top stars politic.
Absolutely.
And so I've always been thinking, like, why do you guys think that Roman is like an exception to that? Why do people think Roman is not politicking? Why do y'all think that he is just the only person? He's completely humble. He's not doing any of that. So when I saw this interview or the clip from this Pat McAfee interview, I was dying laughing because I was like, oh, yeah, this is big top star energy. This is the guy that held the championship for 4 years. He's like, hey, man, listen, I gave y'all 2 years to put all these other guys over. Y'all was like, hey, I need you to get out the way so we could put other guys over, put some young guys at the top, give Cody his run. Hey, I've been out the way. Look where we're at. Enough. Put that belt back on me. Like, what are we doing? That's my belt. That's my spot. Look, y'all gave Cody his moment. We finished the story. We didn't do the Rock match. I had to hear of all of these reasons why we need to do that. Hey, man, where we at, though? It felt like he was about to hit the Bodie James with him. Where we at with it? Like, what's up? Like, what's going on, y'all? And so that was the energy coming into the Rumble. And as soon as I saw the first minute of the Rumble, I was like, oh, yeah, Rome is winning.
Within 1 minute.
Yeah, and I mean, I already knew that coming into the Rumble. That was already my suspicion. But yeah, a minute in, I was like, oh yeah, Roman's taking this thing home. Let's wrap this up.
Phil hit the nail right on the head. You can't, no way in the world someone could be on top for 4 straight years with zero politics. That's not how professional wrestling works. Professional wrestling was built on politics. There was probably moments in those 4 years where they were like, all right, Roman, this is time. We're going to try something else. We're going to move on. And he was like, no, we're not. And that's exactly what happened. We know of the moment, the year that the first year of Cody, where he was like, no, that's probably not right. Let's extend this. Politics 101. So for him to say it out loud, Phil, which I think is very hilarious, to be like, I left you guys the kingdom and y'all didn't do nothing with it. What's going on here? He shaded your homeboy in the process, being like, great job, Nick Khan, but we got to step it up creatively. Bro. Not great job, Triple H, Phil.
I noticed he didn't say Triple H there. That was pretty funny, but bro, doing the whole I've been out the way thing is hilarious, bro. Like, wait a minute. I thought that, it was me. I thought all of these guys weren't getting over because I was taking up TV time. I've been out the way. What's stopping these guys from getting over now? It ain't me. Y'all keep saying it's me, but it ain't.
It felt like Hove at the end of Show Me What You Got. Y'all dudes got, what do you say, 9-6 months to get y'all shits together. And that's exactly what
Good luck.
Said. Good luck, dog. He's like, I left it to y'all. I don't know. He's not being fair, though, because he didn't really.
No.
Because the time that he was gone, the bloodline was still going on. He still was in the mix. People were still wondering what was going on with him. And Jey Uso, like, he still was pretty prominent and his influence was still all over this show.
Absolutely. It definitely felt like Ho's verse from Already Home, where he's just like, look, I'm in a hall already, on the wall already. Bro, I've been out the way. What am I missing, bro? Y'all keep saying it's me. It ain't me. I've been out the way. Y'all keep saying get out the way. I've been out the way for 2 years.
We're going to get into it here, but what does that mean, Phil, that he said that and then he came and won the Royal Rumble and he's going back to WrestleMania again? He's like, I don't care about y'all young fools. I want my Rumbles, my WrestleMania spot. He never let anybody have his WrestleMania spot, though, Phil, so that's the funniest part. Like, he been main eventing every year.
Yeah, I think that's one of the very funny things about this. Right after Royal Rumble, I saw a tweet that was like, Roman Reigns is heading back to the main event of WrestleMania. And I was just like, this guy has main evented 6 consecutive times. He don't need a Royal Rumble win to main event. That's very clear at this time. So, yeah, very funny things coming out of this. We're going to get into Royal Rumble in a minute. I have many thoughts about the men's Rumble in particular because you could absolutely see politics at play. Yeah.
But I'll end this little short bit by saying I want that energy out of Roman. I like top guys that talk that shit because that motivates everybody. If there were people that were really mad at him, there should be.
Yeah. I mean, the other part about it is he kind of has the right to be that way. It's kind of like, when Austin was like, oh, y'all want me to lose to that guy? Buddy, I will not be there. It's just like, hey, man, what are you going to say to him? This is Austin. Like, he's the man. He's like the most popular wrestler in the world. What are you going to say?
Yeah. And Phil creatively has been bad. Like, it's not like he came and they were cooking and he was like, this is terrible. He's watching the show and like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you really get past the fact that, like, what Roman was saying felt a bit more narcissistic and it felt like the usual top guy popping their shit, he also has a point about creative. I don't think he's entirely wrong because, like I said, if you just get past how funny it is that he's saying, I've been out the way, and he kind of hasn't really been out the way, you got to actually get into the conversation of why certain people are not over if he was supposedly the issue or the thing that was stagnating the rest of the roster. because he did lay down for a few guys, and they're not in a better position. Like Cody is, sure, but like is Bronson Reed in a better position after he beat Roman last year?
No.
Are the Vision as a group in a better position after they have been beating this guy down for months and embarrassing him? No.
We're going to get into how many geeks were in this match that got geeked out in this match last night. We're going to get into it. It's going to be very, very fun. I have a lot to say, Phil, because I was watching this like, what's happening here?
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that, Leonard. The homie Grapple Geekery says, love Collision last night. Love seeing Ciampa win in his debut. Kind of wish that the sisters had won, though. The tag team titles would get more time.
Yeah, I haven't watched Collision yet, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. I kept up with like the biggest highlights of it and the news stories coming out of it. This match that we're getting at Grand Slam Australia with Orange Cassidy and Tony Storm sounds nuts. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I have to watch Collision. I wasn't at home last night, so I need to check that out.
I watched Collision. It was a fast-paced, very hot show. Rascals versus Crew was a Righteous Reg invitational match. I loved everything about it. Leo Rush, Phil, before I move forward, this guy, like, I know we say it every time, but I always forget until I see him in a match again, and then I'm like, Leo Rush, you guys, he's still in a land of very unique characters. He's still one of the top 5, 4, 3 unique characters, unique wrestlers in AEW, and that's saying a lot, and they need to do something about it.
Yeah, he's phenomenal, man. It's crazy to think that, you know, he's underrated at this point, but he is. I feel like they should be doing more with him. I feel like he should get way more flowers than he gets. He's tremendous. I thought Collision last week was a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I just still haven't watched this week's Collision. I think we got already one of the best episodes of Dynamite this year on Wednesday, which we'll get into soon. But I think AEW is in a good place. I don't know if it's just me, but Dynamite's better when Kenny Omega's there. That was my takeaway this week. I was like, bro, Kenny Omega being there and being healthy just adds so much to this company, man. Like, he was sorely missed when he was away.
It feels like it changes the motivation of the wrestlers. The fans feel every segment he's involved in feels important. It just changes what AEW feels like when he's present. He has to be here for it to function the way it does. You could just feeling the energy shift while he's there, and you have to continue with that. Yeah, Ciampa and Mark Briscoe was an awesome match. I mean, who's really surprised about that? Tommaso came through and said, I bet you guys forgot. Let me remind you. And it's very easy to remind you when Mark Briscoe's across from you. Tremendous match. Tommaso Ciampa, spoiler alert, I don't know if you guys haven't seen it, is the new TNT champion, you guys. Like, I don't know how I feel about it. I like it because I've said before, I think the TNT championship is essentially the most active championship, would have this many title changes due to the amount of defenses, due to the amount of competition and talent that are in it. This should be the most active kind of, I hate when people say hot potato, but it should be like going around to different guys, because these are all the best wrestlers in the world vying for this championship. Congrats to Tommaso Ciampa, though.
Yeah, I did see that spoiler. Like I said, I haven't seen the match yet, but I think that's the right decision. Mark Briscoe doesn't need a long title run. Mark Briscoe is beloved. I think he'll be fine. But yeah, it's a good place to get into it. One of the big news stories this week, Tommaso Ciampa is all elite. We talked about it last week. He put up his tweet that he was finishing up with WWE. His contract had expired. It feels like this happened really fast. Like, the tweets went up, his merch went back up on Pro Wrestling Tees, and by Wednesday he was already with AEW. Got a lot of fanfare. I thought that straight away they presented him very well. I think that went a long way because, I mean, like, he had some moments with WWE on the main roster, like we talked about last week, the TLC matches and, some other stuff he did. But it's been a minute since he's been presented as a big deal as a single star. If you watched him on NXT when he was the champion, when he was the hottest heel in the industry, you know how different it could be. And when they did the big entrance with him,
presentation,
Psycho Killer came up on that screen and he got the great reaction. I'm like, oh no, we're here. And I saw people trying to slander him a little bit, but I was like, no, this is exciting because it feels like he needed a change of pace. He needed a change of scenery. And you can already see in less than a week what that's done for him.
Being presented like you're a big deal, Phil, just works. You see it here with Tommaso with how they laid out the entrance. They kind of let it set up, let you feel like, who is this? What's going on? The heart beating, like everything that's slowly putting his name up there. And then you're like, oh, wait, it is Tommaso Ciampa. And he has a connection to a lot of these fans because these fans know. So I think it hits hard. I think the AEW fans know what Tommaso is capable of. So I think that's what's really hitting hard for him. And it's already showing as a success. I don't want to talk about needle movers, Phil, because that feels cliche and dumb at this point. But Tommaso's numbers are already up over a lot of people just because of what he brings.
Yeah, I mean, if you know, you know. He has history with Mark Briscoe from Ring of Honor. He's done a few interviews already, and he did the wrestler thing of, I'm just like, you know who you are though, because he was giving that response that I've seen other wrestlers like, man, I hope they care, I hope they respond to me. I'm like, dog, you're Tommaso Ciampa though, like. And I mean, I know that there's a difference in the AEW fan base and the WWE fan base. We saw a bit of that on the internet this week and how people like, do we really need Ciampa? And I'm like, bro, this is Tommaso Ciampa. Like, we're not gonna act like, dog. Again, when NXT was rocking and he was like top heel in the company and he would come out and like he had the glass falling behind him on the Titantron, no one will survive. Hey, dog, he was out of here, dog. I ain't trying to hit that.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to hear none of that slander either. I'm like, yo, you guys do not remember. I remember seeing Tommaso wrestle in Ring of Honor and that was a WrestleMania weekend, probably 2010, 2011 or something. He used to have the short blonde cut and he was just as mean as he was, and you knew who he was going to develop into.
Bro.
And I think when he got to that point that you're talking about, Phil, or even beyond that, when he had no theme music and he was just walking out like no theme music and it's working and these fans are truly booing you, real heel heat, you can't do that. A lot of guys, you can count on one hand people that get real heel heat like that.
Bro, this is no exaggeration. This guy was the hottest heel in wrestling at that point. Like he was smoking it, and no one will survive as a banger too.
Absolutely.
This song he's got with AEW kind of has that same feel to it. Desi, right? That's the same guy that did the vocals for the Big Show theme.
Sorry, you guys. Yes, I read that bit too. And every time I hear about it, I laugh again. I was like, because where did they find this guy, Phil? They're like, we got to get the guy from the Big Show's theme.
Nah, we got to bring the vibe back. Apparently, we got to get the vibe back. But yeah, he came out Wednesday and immediately felt like a big deal on, like I said, one of the best episodes of Dynamite this year already. I know that that's a low bar because it's only been a month into this year. But it was a really strong episode of Dynamite, and I felt like he added so much coming in. Just that interaction with him and Mark Briscoe, and then he's standing on the announce table afterwards, like soaking it in. I was like, oh, we're here. And it sounds like the match at Collision was good, coming straight in and winning the singles belt in less than a week. That's major for him. So yeah, man, it seems like we're off to the races. Very telling that a lot of black and gold guys, once they get somewhere else where they can hoop, it feels like the energy's different.
Because I was gonna say it feels like the Roderick Strong. It feels like Adam Cole. It feels like those guys that came over and we knew that. I think there's something to be said about what he said, Phil, about I hope that the fans care. I hope that they blah blah blah. When he was in the WWE, still active, he was on TV. Like I don't want it to be like that. Like that just sounds crazy. Like this guy was on the highest stage you can think, and he's like, I wonder if the real wrestling fans are gonna care. And it's like, that's a crazy way to have to think in a mind state for a wrestler to have. But like, beyond all that, while he was there, he never really changed who he was as a wrestler. Like he never really, that's probably what his detriment was to being a WWE wrestler, was he still was Tommaso Ciampa the whole way through. Like he adjusted in points to, have that kind of style, but it still was him to the core. And we, as people that know real wrestling, know what a guy like Tommaso Ciampa is capable of, so they never forget.
Yeah. He's just had so many moments. It'd be one thing if you could put him in that box and say, oh, well, he's just a good in-ring worker, or he can have like the indie style matches. But no, he had big moments over there. He can cut promos. He can do character work. I'm surprised they didn't figure it out with him on the main roster, because he had such a, monumental run with NXT. And I think maybe you see right away why him and Gargano stayed on NXT for so long, and they were afraid to make the jump. And I maybe afraid is not the right word, but hesitant to make the jump to the main roster under Vince. And so it is kind of interesting to see just how quickly he's going somewhere else, and it just feels like night and day.
Dog, that was fast, dude. It seems like he just put out his little web address to the internet, and then Wednesday, like when he was showing up on the show, I'm like, damn, he's here already. Like, because I guess we see so many weird contracts and how they end and release, and we're kind of confused how some of these wrestlers going to other companies work. And this guy, if their contract is done, it's over, then they can do whatever they want. And that's exactly what Tommaso did. AEW needed something like this, Phil. I think the wrestling has been great across the board. I think there's a lot of things that they're doing right, but they're starting to really put the pieces together. I think, like you said, adding Kenny Omega to the mix has been a big boost. They need something like Tommaso, when you see the numbers that he brings and you see what kind of fanfare adds onto it, it's a nice little shot in the arm to additionally what's going on in AEW right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, so good. Can't wait to see what more they do with Tommaso Ciampa. They've already teased Ciampa versus Fletcher on Saturday, which that's a hot match. And there's so many other potential matches for him. So can't wait to see what they do with him.
Kyle Fletcher is starting to be that. It's so like him and Ospreay are just going to continue to be synonymous and parallel to each other. Cause like every time I think of somebody's first or second best match in AEW that they're going to have, it's always Kyle Fletcher. I'm like, what's going to be a good match for Tommaso Ciampa? Damn, that Kyle Fletcher match is going to hit. What's going to be a good match for Alan James Styles? Potentially Kyle Fletcher. It's always Kyle Fletcher, man. Like a lot of things going on. Kyle Fletcher is that guy. It's incredible that he hasn't been in the mix really. They just have him doing kind of backstage segments and staring down the champion. Like, put this guy on TV every week in a one-on-one match or something. Like, this guy is your guy. And I had mixed feelings about the moment last night, because also I kind of feel like Kyle Fletcher's he's ready for it, dude. Like, are we going to keep waiting? Is he not world championship division time? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I know that we're doing some story stuff with Okada and Fletcher and Konosuke Takeshita, and that's bubbling up. I thought that the developments we got on Wednesday were good, but yeah, I feel you. Yeah, Fletcher feels like he's ready. It just feels like at this point you've got so many potential contenders for MJF. It's hard to see where does Fletcher figure into that.
Damn, I guess that's a good problem to have. Of like, damn, we got too many good contenders. Like, that's where you want to be as a wrestling company. But I guess there are other championships, other things he can get to. Ricochet's in the mix. Oh, because people were saying, what's next for Mark Briscoe? I'm like, Ricochet got a belt. Like, there's a lot of ways that people can go beyond this.
Yeah, I still think that Fletcher is going to inevitably win the Continental Classic. He's been such a big part of that tournament. He's going to eventually win it.
I'm like, does it make sense for him to win it this year?
Well, um, if the timeline is what it is, Osprey could be back sometime this year, and by the time we get to the end of the year, potentially Kyle Fletcher winning that tournament with Osprey back, that could be a big storyline heading into 2027.
Like, I'm like, this might work out pretty well for them. Like Kyle having the runs he's had in the Continental Classic, and then winning this year, and his big rival is the world champion. Like, that could be a great story.
Yep.
We're going to get into a few more super chats, and then we'll get back into AEW Dynamite a little bit later. Devil Kazuya 27 says, best theme back, Bree mode. Oba looked great too.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear Brie mode. That was one of the big surprises in the Women's Rumble. The return of Brie Bella. Yeah. All of the memes out of Brie mode. It makes it funny every time when you hear the theme song now.
The best, I was thinking this yesterday watching the show. The best WWE theme song is Solo Sikoa. I'm sorry, you guys. That ripoff. Listen, Phil, that ripoff Kevin Gates song hit hard for me. Every time it come up, I wanted it all. I'm like, damn, they ripped off Kevin Gates, but this shit's smacking.
You know exactly what I did, because I laughed when he came out, and it's so funny. I was sitting next to my friend, and I said the same thing. I was like, "Nah, you got this Kevin Gates theme song jumping off." Yeah, so funny. But no, you knew what time it was when I seen that white cat suit and the NXT Women's Championship. I was like, "Let's go! Like a thief in the night, I won't let you in."
Oh man, the themes felt a little bit better this year than last year. I felt a little bit more familiar with the things, because last year I was like, I don't know nobody's song. I don't know who's coming out. I don't know what show this is. Like, what's going on? This year felt a lot better in that.
It was less of that this year, where I was just like, whose theme song is this? Yeah, so that's a good sign, I guess.
Yes. They're trending in the right direction at that point, at least. Appreciate that, Devil Kazuya. Lefty Bergante, a very generous super chat to start our day. Appreciate you for this, my homie. I actually watched a PLE for the first time in years and was quickly reminded why I don't watch WWE. It was Cheeks, but I'm happy for Hobbs, and I hope AJ comes to AEW. Collision was fire. Congrats to Ciampa too.
Yeah. We'll get into the AJ speculation, because could be a big moment. I immediately, when the gears started turning in my head of what this could mean, like, I was definitely stomping in place on the couch and steam was coming out of my nose.
As we know, these PLEs that they present are different. They move a little bit different. They're structured different. Since they've been in ESPN, Phil, it just all feels like something else. I will say there was much more action going on in this show. Like, it felt like it was about the wrestling. Like, so there's ebbs and flows, as they say, ups and downs. There's all the things, but I have thoughts. I definitely have thoughts.
Yeah, we'll get into it in a second. I wouldn't say that the show was cheeks. There was stuff on it that I didn't really get. There was some weird production flubs that I was just like, what's happening here? Like, for the company that's really where they hang their hat, having high production value. There were some issues with production. There were some missed moments, and this is the Moments company. I was kind of confused as to how they did that, but yeah, we'll get into it.
I knew what this company was about and that things were different when Brock Lesnar's elimination was missed. I was like,
yeah, that was crazy.
What? My brain couldn't commute. I'm like, wait, Brock, they used to base this match on Brock Lesnar. It used to be all about him, and he got eliminated while somebody else was coming out, and production barely got it. I was like, oh no, something is going on. Some miscommunication is being miscommunicated.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Lefty, for that generous super chat. Appreciate you I hope you're having a great, wonderful Sunday and everything's all good. Ben Sifner says, congratulations to Royce Keys. I don't know who that is. I hope he gets whatever he is looking for. I hope we are close to a point where people will stop taking less money to work for that company.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen though. I think
No.
that because a lot of people dream of being there, and for a lot of people, it's still seen as the biggest stage in wrestling. So it's gonna continue to be a thing. And I can't even say that that's necessarily wrong. I just think
No.
people have different career aspirations, and it is what it is. I hope everything works out for Hobbs, Royce. So I
Phil,
don't
one
know.
thing we never really I never really thought about as much as we talk about WWE and Netflix specifically. Netflix is a gigantic background, and when you wrestle on WWE and you wrestle on Netflix, you know how many fucking eyes that is? Like I never really thought about, like, some people just sit down and like WWE pops on and they're like, "Oh, I haven't seen WWE in a long time," and like that's what Netflix does, and like people want that. People want to wrestle on ESPN. Like there's still people that have these dreams of wanting to do these things, and I can't be mad at them, even if they take less money, even if they take a lesser position, even if they're thrown out of the Royal Rumble in 30 seconds. Like that's kind of how the game is at this point.
Right.
Appreciate that, Ben. The homie Eloquent says Collision greater than the Rumble.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people in the chat agree with that. From what I saw online after Collision, a lot of people enjoy Collision. So,
I mean, it was night and day as far as wrestling is concerned, but like that's what happened.
I mean, I think that's going to be the case for a while. AEW
Yeah.
is really the company that puts wrestling first, and like their entire thing, their entire niche at this point is great pro wrestling. So I think the wrestling is usually going to be better over there. What surprises me at the moment is that I think the storytelling and like the long term stuff has been better with AEW for the past few months.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the thing that WWE was doing better than them, at least during like the Bloodline saga when it was at its peak. And now that's changed.
Which is interesting because long-term storytelling was
Yeah.
issue for AEW. I think like they were they for a while it was like they had the setups, but the execution would sometimes get a little bit muddied up. I think the executions have been really well. Cause I think post like Mox all in and like how they kind of started to develop all these things, like it's been great for AEW and I'm super excited about it. Appreciate that, Eloquent. Orion Ben says not going to avoid the Lesnar allegations from us.
It's crazy that my prediction for exactly what he was going to do in the Rumble is exactly what he did. I knew it, and when it happened, I was like, "Yep, not surprised."
I was trying to find my clip from whatever Grapsody pod that was, where I said Brock came in. That's exactly what he did again. Like, who am I throwing out today? Oh, him? I want to throw him out. There's no way he watched that beautiful entrance at the beginning of this match and didn't say, I'm not throwing that. I'm throwing that fool out. Oh, he's throwing a bunch of fools out where I'm throwing him out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate that, Orion. Ben also says, my guess would be Ray Phoenix is probably as happy as can be because he is living my dream. There probably is nothing that can change that. Good luck to Mr. Keys. He deserves the best.
Yeah. Well.
And I mean, it's starting to be different than it was a year ago for WWE, though, Phil. Like, I think that people had a kind of idea of what it was, but I think people who are there are starting to see what it is. And like, that's, I mean, we're about to get into AJ Styles, Finn Balor. We're about to get into some of these people that are like, well, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Ben. Leonard Aarons also with a generous super chat. Appreciate you, homie. Bronson beat Roman. Nothing came of it. Braun took out Seth. Nothing out of it. Roman hasn't been champ for 2 years and has Triple Stale done. What has Triple Stale done with that roster? Making 2 shitty shows about their shit creative.
Yeah. Well.
It's
you could always trust Leonard's going to come in here and tell you exactly what he thinks in the chat, guys.
always appreciated, Leonard. You're never far off. Triple H is. I've seen a lot of people starting to turn the corner. It's not a lot of Papa H praise out there like there was a year or two ago. People that were on his side are starting to be like, "What the hell is this?" And that's what happens, Phil. When you say you're running all this, when you start to become that Dana White guy, Dana White is slandered every time he tries to have he'll try to do a live. All the comments are like, "You suck. You're booking. UFC is horrible." That's what Triple H is going to be. You want to be the figurehead. People are going to, when the show's bad, you're to blame. You can have all these, you can try to trick people with Unreal. You can try to trick people with delegations and all this, but everybody's going to say this is your fault. And we saw it at that John Cena retirement show when he came out and everybody was like, this is your fault. It's going to continue to be that way. The Rock, Phil, I guess we did that big news. Ava, the NXT general manager, announced, I think it was the morning of Royal Rumble that she was departing the WWE. And I was shocked by it, Phil, because I thought that she was, people were slandering her character and stuff, but like, general manager, that's kind of how it is. And I thought that maybe she was flesh out and finish what wrestling presented for her, but it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, it is, considering how big it was when she initially signed with the company and how they were treating this. She was considered the first ever fourth generation wrestler.
Right.
And I thought when she went to NXT, they were going to start developing her in a different way. Because, I mean, bro, you're coming after the lineage of some pretty big name wrestlers. And I thought that this was, going to be a bit different. So then it turned into her being an on-screen character. And I don't watch NXT a ton. I have not made that a secret. But, people have had their criticisms for her as an on-screen character. And, I'm not going to get into whether they're valid or not, but I do think that there was an expectation for her coming in, of course, because she's linked to The Rock. And, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's hard to really process the way that she's leaving as well because it's so abrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the interesting thing that I'm sure some people are not going to get into, she's been very outspoken about her social and political views.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that that's a coincidence that she might be like, I'm not really comfortable representing this company or being close to other people that are in the bubble or in the circles with this. And it might not have anything to do with that, but that's definitely one of the immediate things I thought about. Because again, this was very abrupt. And yeah, I don't know. It could be that she got over there and she changed her mind about what it is she wanted to do in the business. I don't know if this is the last we'll see of her in the business. I hope it's not. But yeah, this was all over the timeline at one point. Ava is no longer with NXT. I saw that Shayna Baszler threw her hat in the ring and was saying, "Oh wait, we need a new authority figure on NXT." I'm not busy, which kind of makes me a little sad because I don't want her to just be an on-screen figure. I still think that she's got something left in the tank as a wrestler. But we shall see. We shall see where this ends up. We shall see where Ava ends up. I don't think she's done with wrestling, though.
It's just this lineage is so funny and kind of, I was thinking back to the Roman conversation and what if when Roman started, Phil, that John Cena said and did the same thing that he did? Because there was like 2 to 3 years where they were trying to get Roman over, where people did not want Roman to get over. Like, imagine if somebody came and they were like, "You're not doing it's not this 2 years is too long, and I'm taking this back from you." The fact that he came out and said that when it took him so long to get to his position is just kind of funny. But I just think like development and like time moves so differently because like Ava 20 years ago, just like her development and everything that went into how she's presented as a wrestler would have been completely different. I think a lot goes into how wrestling moves now, Phil, and how we see every step of some wrestlers or some of these superstar on-air personalities. We see every moment of their life because of streaming. Like we see their first match, we see their bad matches that they have in the Florida loop. We see just every single situation, and like it didn't used to be like that. Like people are developing what they think a wrestler is based off of that. And it used to be you grinded in some shitty, the Chitlin circuit of wrestling.
Chitlin circuit.
No one ever fucking saw it. And they didn't see you until you were developed. And now we're seeing people undeveloped and they're getting discouraged. We see a lot of like, when they have these tryouts and the people are like, it's hard. It's all like just the steps and levels that it takes it's a little too much, I think. And that's kind of, I think, what probably happened to Ava. She came in here and she was like, maybe I'm going to try the lineage, you guys. I have a long history. My grandpa, like, let me see what this is. My great grandpa, like all this like connection. Like, I'm going to try it. My dad, like, why not? And like, they're throwing all these things and all this stuff happened. And it probably was like, she's seeing what's going on with the company and how they're talking. She's probably like, you know what? It's a little too much for me. I'm a bow out.
Yeah. The business is absolutely different than when The Rock joined this company. And by the time we saw The Rock, he was being hyped as this blue chipper. And he had already had, at least had it together in the ring. It took them a minute to figure it out with him in terms of presentation and character and stuff. But he came straight in with a lot of hype. Mm-hmm. And Ava came in as kind of a mold of clay. You didn't know what you were getting yet. You're still trying to figure it out with her. She's still in the midst of training. You're still trying to get to what exactly you want to do with her. And I think unfairly, she took a lot of criticism early on. I still think it was an odd decision to put her with the schism and not use any of her lineage or not do anything with, because I mean, that is a big deal that she's a fourth generation wrestler. And I mean, they completely shied away. Even if you didn't want to get into her being a Rock's daughter, you didn't play into any of her Samoan lineage with like her grandfather or great grandfather, none of that. And you just put her with this spooky gimmick. That was an interesting choice. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if we're to the point where she's completely done with wrestling. She could be just like, I need a break to figure this out. And that's completely understandable. Of course, wrestling fans are not the most kind or patient people. And she had taken a lot of negative criticism from people online for her on-screen stuff and some of her political beliefs that she had spoken out on. So I can see her just being like, I need a break from these weirdos.
Online there's some heartless people out there, man. There's some people that talk really crazy. I think about Eddie Guerrero's daughter too, and I was thinking about Ricky the Dragon Steamboat's son, Richie Steamboat, who used to be in NXT a long time ago. I'm like, whatever happened to Richie Steamboat?
Didn't he get injured?
Yeah, I think he did get injured and was like, fuck all this. I'm not coming back.
I think it was like one of those like career-ending injuries, unfortunately.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
That's so crazy what that company was, what it turned into, what it is now. Like it's taken so many different turns throughout history. But yeah, wrestling is a cold-hearted ass business, and being a nepo baby, as they say, usually goes against you. Like you don't see a lot of people succeed off of that if their parents were super huge and over in the world. So hopefully she continues with it. Hope she sticks with it and tries again somewhere else, because she has a place here.
Yeah.
The homie Meet Norma says it's bad enough my Wiz are 12 and 35. Then Brock eliminates Ova just before Black History Month. Nasty work. So ready for Tommy Chomp's TNT Open challenges. We are remiss. We did start the show without saying Happy Black History Month to all the black people out there. It is February 1st, Bill. I forgot.
Yeah, it is the first day of Black History Month. Yeah, yeah. I've already seen some of the graphics pop up. Wonder if a specific company is gonna celebrate it this year. They did not celebrate it last year.
I will say there were certain points of this match last night that I was like, oh, okay. You know? So you got to, dog. Like, what's going on here? How are you not going to? When I said, oh, okay, at one point, because there was a lot of people that look like me fighting in this match. But we'll see. You know how Triple H does it. Appreciate that, Meat Enormous. Aaron Busby, our homeboy, says WWE is very close to missing the boat with Braun Breaker. They keep pump faking his push. His status might be in jeopardy.
Yeah, I posed the question right after. I was like, where do you go with Braun at this point? And I got the usual Twitter response. Some people were like getting mad at me, and I was like, no, this is not a question because I just don't get it at this point. The trajectory with him has very much been strange. Like the stop start push with him has been a real head scratcher for me. But we'll get into that more when we talk about the men's rumble.
Again, funny Roman. They developed a guy. We saw him, but they never fucking really gave him the ball. So how do you how does Braun Breaker look at that fucking interview that Roman did and be like, yeah, it's all on me? No, it's not all on him, dog. Like starting this year, Phil, with that big title match against CM Punk, and a lot of people were like, maybe just do it with Braun Breaker, and people being like, oh, nah. I remember reading the comments earlier this year, Phil. Nah, it'll be fine. He'll have a great showing in the Royal Rumble. Boy, were those people.
Yeah.
What are they thinking? Busby also says, oh, yeah, after Oba got eliminated in the Rumble, you literally watch Roman's politics work in real time.
Yeah, it felt like some more Hove. It felt like don't. Yeah, man, them shits even got leathers.
Roman does have a lot of Hove energy though. Like that is like a great connection.
He got a lot of Drake energy too. That's what's
Absolutely.
so funny, man. He's very similar to Drake in some ways.
Funny guys. Appreciate you, Busby. Devil Kazoo also says some positivity. Lash and Oba looked great / dominant.
Yes,
they did. We're gonna get into it. They were. Appreciate that, Devil. Cool Fool says, do y'all think it makes sense for TK to add a time to Jericho's contract? It's not confirmed, but that million's going to waste.
Yeah, we might as well get into Royal Rumble.
Yeah, everybody wants to talk about it. Let's talk about
everybody wants to talk about it. Royal Rumble came to you early in the day, 1 p.m. my time, very late in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It was still very surreal to me watching it, and I was like, Royal Rumble is really taking place in Saudi Arabia. Everything around it, the usual propaganda stuff that they were doing the week, wrestlers posting what they were doing, going to Six Flags and all this other stuff, and just that icky feeling of like paid propaganda that was around this show. I was just like, and we got WrestleMania next year to look forward to. It's going to be even more of this. It's just, yeah. But I thought that the stage itself looked great. The arena was a bit confusing because at least like the setup for the lights and the seats, it made the arena look more empty than it really was. Like the way everything was.
What was that?
Like the way the arena was lit was interesting, and then like we mentioned earlier, there were some like production gaps that I was kind of baffled by, but overall, I thought it was a decent show. I didn't think it was terrible. Like there were things I really liked about it, but there were also things I was just kind of befuddled by. But it started with the Women's Rumble. That was one of the big elephants in the room coming into this show because, of course, WWE has made strides with women's wrestling in Saudi Arabia since 2019, since they started this big deal with Saudi Arabia. It's crazy to think about. They've been in this deal with Saudi Arabia for almost 10 years. But yeah, they've made strides with them. They have, prominently featured women on the Saudi Arabia shows, but you're still going to get the optic of the women covered from head to toe. And if the women are doing that based on their own choice, that's different than you have to go in there and adhere to the regulations of the country and the social norms there. And it's hard to not think about that when you have 30 women coming out and full bodysuits. And for better or worse, that's going to make this one of the most memorable women's Royal Rumble matches because you're going to know where it took place.
Never forget when you see the visuals of this, dog. 30 full bodysuits, Phil.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, just straight out the gate, starting with Alexa and Charlotte. I did not like the beginning of this match, guys. I thought it tried to be way too cutesy. I was just like, I get it. They're in a tag team. You're trying to build this story of will they, won't they? Are their ambitions going to get in the way of them being a tag team? We know how Charlotte gives it up. Charlotte is a celebrated singles wrestler. When it comes down to it, is she going to turn on Alexa and try and get herself back into the title picture? The way that this was handled, though, them teasing, using each other's finish, and then going, nope, we're just going to just hang out here and wait for the next entrant. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. I thought that it didn't really come off well. And I know that it played into the way Alexa eventually got eliminated later in the match, but I think to start the Rumble that way, I didn't really care for this.
It just continues on with this. Charlotte keeps telling the story that they were like they have to pair me with Alexa, just the way it has to go, and it just doesn't feel right still. It's like Charlotte is latching or reaching for something that she should be reaching for something else, and that's what this felt like. Again, it's like, what is Charlotte doing, Phil? You know what I mean? Like, that's Charlotte. Mm-hmm. She shouldn't be mixed up in these shenanigans, and it feels like she mixed up in some shenanigans.
Yeah. I thought the execution of this was just too cutesy, man. I think you could have done something more interesting with Charlotte and Alexa to start this Rumble. And it's not just that, but this is Charlotte and Alexa. These are two of the biggest stars you have in this division. And you can at least have them do like a competitive back and forth to start this match to at least heat up the crowd.
It's like 90 seconds or something. Like, it ain't even a long time.
And it just wasn't the case. It just, I was not a big fan of starting the Rumble this way. Kiana James was out third. I thought Kiana looked impressive. If you'd have told me going into this Rumble that Kiana would have had a more impressive run in this Rumble than Julia, I'd have been like, what? But she did. I thought that she got to show off like her athleticism, what she can do here. She was in this Rumble for a long time too. I think she was, well, let me double check. Yeah, she was in the Rumble for 27 minutes and 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, she was definitely cooking. There's some women that they don't get the same opportunity, so we don't get to see them work as much on television. But she took advantage of every single moment that she had, Phil. She looked really good in there. 27 minutes is a long-ass time for this match.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. I believe Nia Jax was out next, and then Ivy Nile, then Lola Vice came out sixth. Lola Vice is hilarious because she came out there covered from head to toe, and she was like, oh, don't get it confused. I'm still throwing ass. I don't know what y'all think this is. I'm still throwing ass, even in a full bodysuit. That was hilarious to me. It was very funny to see some of the women still trying to get their usual stuff off in the full bodysuit. Maxine Dupree is prime example of this, coming out in a full bodysuit and still having suspenders on there and going, no, it's still straps down when it's time. I'm not pulling straps down to show y'all no skin, but straps are still coming down.
There was a couple of these suits where I was like, oh, they got around. They got their point across on what they were doing. It worked out. Stephanie Becker, that's for sure.
Yeah, I saw people talking about Stephanie Becker and like, how did this get approved? And I was like, what? She's wearing a full bodysuit. She can't help that. That's how she looks in it. She didn't do anything wrong. But yeah, one of the most impressive people in the Women's Rumble, not to any surprise, Jordan Grace. Jordan Grace scored like 3 eliminations in a row at one point. She looked really strong. I'm surprised that she didn't end up in the final 4, at least with the storyline that they're currently pushing with her and Jade.
Yep.
But I did think that she looked strong here, eliminating Lola Vice and then eliminating Candice LeRae and Ivy Nile back to back to back. I believe Jordan. Well, again, I don't have to guess. I can just I can just look, so I don't have to guess. But I believe Jordan had like among the most eliminations in a match with 3, and then Lash, of course, had 5. But I thought Jordan looked great.
She has looked good. This whole run that she's been in, she's looked great. Like, again, I didn't understand why they sent her to NXT, but she developed enough over there for them to send her right to the main roster where she should have been the entire time. She gets it. She looks great. Her moves hit hard. Like, everything about her presentation has been great. Super interesting to see what they've been doing with her and Jade. But like, these Royal Rumble matches and showcases are built for people like Jordan Grace.
Yes. They did the usual with Nia Jax, where Nia looks so dominant. Everybody has to team up on her to try to get her out. That played into the Charlotte and Alexa stuff. Alexa was on Nia's back, and Charlotte was trying to help Alexa push her out. But on accident, Charlotte ended up eliminating both Nia and Alexa, and Charlotte's looking outside going, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Bro, when Charlotte was doing those promos, bro, that was Charlotte's hilarious, bro. One of the most unintentionally funny wrestlers. But yeah, so that, of course, I'm sure is going to play into some more of these the tag team stuff with Alexa and Charlotte. Again, wasn't the biggest fan of the way this was executed in this match, but it is what it is. Maxine Dupree got a nice reaction here. That played into stuff with Becky Lynch, her ongoing feud with Becky Lynch. Becky and Natty. Natty showed up with new presentation, new music. She's officially Natty, not Natalia anymore. Which I
peed on the name Natalia.
Bro, that graphic was crazy. That graphic was crazy. But yeah, Maxine Dupree got eliminated by Becky Lynch. I was surprised that they didn't just have Natty eliminate her, because of course that would have played into the storyline from last week's episode of Raw. But instead, Becky eliminated Maxine, and then Natty eliminated Becky, which, again, the execution here with some of the ongoing story, like, I think one of the biggest issues for me at the moment with WWE is not that they don't tell interesting stories. It's that they'll start something interesting and then they'll just drop it out of nowhere, or they end it in a very underwhelming way. And I'm not sure that they've done a great job of keeping people invested in this Maxine and Natty and Becky thing. I mean, it seems clear to me that Natty is eventually going to challenge for the IC championship with, with her name and like what the hearts mean to the IC title. It only feels right that she's going to hold that title before she retires. But just the journey there, I wish they were handling it a bit better.
It seems like pretty easy and straightforward, but they're getting it pretty muddied up. I do like the new kind of focus onto Natty, because I think she worked hard to get there and she's earning that spot, but they gotta tighten up with the presentation around kind of the whole feud.
Yeah. Speaking of Becky Lynch, I think one of the biggest surprises of this Rumble was that AJ Lee was not here. I thought coming into this that AJ Lee was definitely going to be in the Rumble. When you consider how big of a deal her return was last year, and then some of the other names that were in the mix in the Rumble, I thought that this was going to be kind of like the year to spotlight like the Divas era wrestlers, and it kind of wasn't.
It seems like that was going to be an easy one. She's involved in storylines. Like she has a bit to do here, even more than like Brie Bella. So it would make sense for her to go, and she didn't go.
Yeah, was very surprised AJ Lee was not in this Rumble. But nonetheless, Lash Legend was really one of the highlights of this Rumble. I thought that she looked great. I thought that out of most of the women in this match that came out with the bodysuits, her gear felt like it fit her. Like you got so much of who she is as a character still out of her gear. It didn't look like, okay, well, I have to put on this gear that covers from head to toe. So let me just throw anything on to adhere to the rules. No, she went out there and she looked great. And then she went out there and wrestled great as well, man. Like she was really getting big moments, eliminating Jordan Grace. I mean, when you look at all of the names that she eliminated, bro, like Nikki Bella and Brie Bella, she eliminated both of them. Eliminated Charlotte Flair, Io Sky, bro. Like that's huge. It's not just that she led the women in the most eliminations with 5. Just like I said, the names that she eliminated, that's pretty major.
Yeah, like Oba, who we're going to get into later, his elimination list looks a little bit different than what Lash is. Lash got world champions on her eliminations.
Yeah.
And she looked good, man. Like she's starting to develop and really get it together. Her strikes, she be knocking people out there. It looks good. Like I really enjoy the work she's been doing.
It's so funny. For black wrestlers, the flatliner is kind of like the move you see a lot of black wrestlers use. For the women, it feels like it's the big boot, and so
pump kick every time.
Big pump kick, yeah. But bro, like her and Jade make that pump kick look so good, and there were a few times in this match where she made that pump kick look so emphatic. I think like when you think about what the Rumble is supposed to be, you go in there, get your stuff in. And
it's
try
it's a showcase. If you're not going to win,
Yeah, try to capitalize on a moment. I think out of everybody in this match, Lash really capitalized on the moment. She was really the highlight of the Women's Rumble.
That is so funny that you bring up the pump kick because that is so true. When I saw Brandy Rhodes do it, I was like, you know what? I don't know what this is. I said, okay, they must train it the first day. They're like, oh, black women's here. Hit this pump kick because you're going to hit it. But yeah, no, Lash is fucking killing it, man. She looked great.
Absolutely. Yeah, like we said earlier, Kiana James did look impressive in the time she was in there. Ended up getting eliminated by Raquel Rodriguez. Chelsea came out. Chelsea was another one that I thought you got who her character is in her gear. She came out with the big flowy skirt over her bodysuit before she got down to the ring. We got to figure out more stuff to do with Alba Fire, man. Like Alba came out and helped her a lot in this match. And that was great. But at the same time, I'm like, bro, Alba can go though. Like, why y'all not doing more with her? She's such a good wrestler. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten any updates on Piper. And Piper is another one where Piper's so good, and I just don't want them to end up in the same situation with Alba, where Alba's just coming out as Chelsea's heater, and that's all we have for her because she's so good.
Yeah, no, could just like shuffle her back into the division and then just bring in some younger NXT women that need to be put onto the roster to help Chelsea. Like they could keep kind of cycling them out if that's the case. But I don't know. I hate the Chelsea stuff that came out too with them saying she's a good hand essentially when she could be so much more. And you see in matches like this how important she could be to the division, Phil.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought all of her stuff in this match was fun. The spot where she almost got eliminated and Alba helped her get back in the ring. All very funny stuff. Her interactions with Rhea were funny. Rhea ended up eliminating her. Roxanne Perez, I've said over and over again, this is going to be her division at some point. Every time she's in these big matches with the other big names, she shows out. I don't think she had nearly as strong of a showing as she's had in Rumbles before, but, you know, she still looked impressive here. I was surprised when she was coming out and they were saying she's been in 4 Royal Rumbles. And I was like, really?
Damn. Time is crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, it doesn't seem like it, but yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Rhea Ripley, I believe, ended up eliminating her. Uh, Julia was kind of here and gone. I did like the interactions between Julia, Asuka, and Io Sky. I wish there was more of it, um, but it was fun for what it was. The Asuka stuff with Io is still good. I just wonder what is the end goal with it. It's prime example of what I was saying earlier. They'll start something interesting, and then it'll just drop off. It doesn't really get to the climax that you're hoping. But Kyrie trying to help Asuka and inadvertently eliminating Asuka, and Asuka had that look on her face afterwards, like it definitely felt like, you fucked up, right?
Exactly.
And then poor Kyrie gets eliminated right afterwards, and the camera moved before we could see Asuka dragging her off, and I was just like, poor Kyrie. I hate that for you, but that was a fun aspect to add to this match. I wish we had a more definitive direction for where we're going with the Asuka and Io stuff. Other than the tag title stuff, I'm just kind of like, man, Io was really you guys' MVP last year, and we know how Asuka can give it up. That could be a big singles match for you guys, and it doesn't feel like that's where we're heading. It feels like, if anything, it's just going to be more tag team stuff.
It's Io and Rhea are confusing to me because
very
they're Io and Rhea Ripley. You guys there's been some talk and things recently about AEW and how they're presenting Toni Storm. I'm like, you could have the same conversation about WWE and Rhea Ripley, because like Rhea Ripley should be the biggest star in the company, and you guys are not capitalized. She shouldn't just be another woman in this Royal Rumble. Feel like she's a huge deal. Like she should be main eventing WrestleMania and shit. Like I don't understand what's going on here.
Yeah, that's my same thoughts with Rhea. I actually think some of the stuff that people say about Toni Storm, I actually think it's worse with Rhea, because I feel like Rhea, out of any of the women currently, could main event WrestleMania. And I didn't feel like coming away from this match, they have any plans to headline WrestleMania with her or put her in even a high profile match. Like, I don't even know what the direction is for her at WrestleMania at this point.
And like, what, dude? Like you said, she could main event the show, and it wouldn't be this shocking thing. We'd be like, yeah, like she could get heated up that quickly, and it didn't look that way off of what this Royal Rumble match presented.
Absolutely not. Rhea came in at 22, I believe. And yeah, even when she came in, I didn't come away feeling like, oh, Rhea can win this match. But I mean, she did. She's still in the mix with the Judgment Day. She did eliminate Raquel, which that's neither here nor there as well. I think that they're kind of trying to tell this story with Rhea and Io where, eventually it's going to get back to Rhea's never beat Io in a singles match. But I don't know why that's not being pushed to the forefront. They're still doing this. Oh, well, they're friends. They hug each other a lot, and I just wish that, like I said, they played up some of the stuff from last year in their singles matches better, and we haven't really got there yet.
They hug each other a lot. Got me, because that really feels like what it's based off.
Yeah, it's just, which is, it's whatever. But yeah, Lyra and Bailey also in the mix. They did do quite a few things here to promote tag team wrestling. I think that was the best thing about Brie Bella joining the fray as a surprise entrant, is that, okay, you can get Nikki and Brie in the tag division if any two wrestlers in the history of this company made sense as a tag team. And you thought years ago, okay, why doesn't this company have women's tag titles? Because these two women would do very well with them. It's Nikki and Brie Bella. So just the idea of them in the tag division, and I think that has low-key been one of the highlights of the year for WWE and what they've done with women's tag team wrestling. That's a good thing coming out of this. I thought that was a good thing coming out of Survivor Series as well, that you had so many ready-made feuds for the tag team division. But you just gotta get to it, man. You just gotta execute it well. That's all.
Yeah, no, I already see the vision. I know that they're gonna have those women's tag team champions on that podcast that they have. I could just see the vision already. The two of them sitting talking about it. It's all there.
Yes. We had some of the NXT girlies in the mix. Kalani Jordan, was excited to see her here. She got to do one of her big high spots in here. So Ruka, man. So Ruka was fantastic, man. She got all the way to the final four. I thought the soul snatcher she did in ring off of the second rope was fire. I thought the stuff on the apron towards the end of the match was really good as well. This is now like really two showings on the main roster where it's like, oh, so Ruka's going to be all right when she finally comes up, because I thought she looked good in the match with Bayley on Saturday Night Main Event as well. And This was another one where I was just like, yeah, man, they might need to fast track her.
There was a couple of moments in the women's match where I was like, okay, the women's division is in pretty good hands moving forward. Like some of the execution of like you're talking about, the stories wasn't the best, but like this roster and what it can develop into, I think is pretty strong. Like Jordan and Lash and Roxanne, and you know what I mean? Like they have some Rhea and some people that are going to lead this into the next generation. So at moments I felt really good about this Royal Rumble match. Other circumstances didn't make me feel good about it, but there's a lot of good that was in this.
Yeah, JC Jane, I thought looked good in the spots that she was in. She looked impressive. One of the big stories here is So Ruka was the one to eliminate JC Jane. You got to assume that's going to play into the NXT Women's title picture eventually. Like I said, Lash Legend went on a streak at one point, eliminating people left and right. Nikki Bella and Brie Bella at the same time. Io Sky. I was kind of surprised with how uneventful it was when Io got eliminated. Io was another one. I thought her gear was fantastic as well. Yeah, but I thought Io's out. That's how we're putting Io out. I don't know. Wasn't the biggest fan of it, but when we got down to the final four, it was very clear to me that Liv was winning. Liv was my pick to win from the beginning anyway. And I thought at least the way that the action was booked, the sequence for the final four was really good. The stuff on the apron I thought was good. I actually enjoyed the final stretch of the Women's Rumble more than the men's.
Yeah, I think that earlier this week I saw Liv said that she's been in every Royal Rumble, and the way that she was kind of teeing it up, it felt like this was the moment for her. And I think that her fans have been wanting a situation like this to go down, and kind of what this is like the opposite of what Roman is saying for the women. Like the women are like, we're going with the young, we're going with new, we're trying something else. Like this feels like they're trying something and moving with people who should have these opportunities. So like a win like this feels good. It's not like the same old shit.
Yeah, Tiffany Stratton was entrant number 30. I kind of felt bad for Tiffany with the run she had as champion last year. It didn't feel like this got the reaction that people should have given for as long as she was on top last year. I think the crowd reacted well for her, but at the same time, we're talking about entrant number 30. And number 30 is usually supposed to be like, oh, this person's in here now. Like when you think of the first Women's Rumble, and that was the spot where Trish came in. I think people were waiting for something for 30, and then it was just Tiffany. It was like, oh, okay. But then again, I think this was the same thing kind of as last year where Nikki was number 30 and people were expecting Becky. And I think because some people were expecting AJ or another big surprise, Saraya had been doing the training videos. And so people might have thought, okay, maybe Paige is going to be at 30. And then it ended up being Tiffany. It was just kind of like, oh, okay. And then it didn't even feel like there was anything really big for Tiffany in this match. It just felt like, oh, we need somebody for the 30 spot. Tiffany's been out of the mix because she's been injured. Let's throw her in here. But with that said, like I said, I did think the final stretch of the match was good. The final stretch was better than a match on the whole for me. And I think that at least made it worth it. I think the stuff on the apron made Sol Ruca look really good. Uh, I thought that Liv looked impressive. I like the story of Liv Morgan that being a runner-up 2 years in a row, finally getting her win. This did feel like Liv Morgan's year. I'm not the biggest Liv Morgan fan, but I
Yeah.
can appreciate that story and the fact that people have been on board for the Liv train. People have been wanting Liv to win for 3 years in a row, and it felt like she was undeniable this year.
Yeah, I'm not the hugest, like probably who I wasn't going for going into this, but I totally understand why they made this move and what she represents for this company. Like the spirit of having a women's Royal Rumble match, she was part of the reason why they started this, and all these things kind of connected to it. And to get a big win like that, I think it means a lot. Saudi, I noticed, Phil, throughout this show that it's not just Saudi. WWE has conditioned their fans to like entrances more than they like wrestling matches. They don't care about wrestling. They care about entrances. And like, okay, I'm with you. That's fun.
Yeah. I do think like I said, the best thing about this was Lash Legend. You could see that the crowd was getting more and more mad every time she would eliminate somebody, which you're supposed to because she's a heel, and she was getting some great heat eliminating a lot of people's favorites. So by the time she did get eliminated, it ended up being a big pop. That worked well, and then like I said, she really capitalized on the moment. Yeah, not my favorite women's rumble, but I think at least the final stretch of it made it worth it.
At least that works out.
I don't know where we go with Liv, like what's going to be. I know we're trying to build the idea because one of the stories here is that Liv eliminated Raquel. Raquel has a match coming up with Stephanie Becker for the WWE Women's World Championship. And so, we're trying to build this idea that it could be Liv versus Raquel at WrestleMania. That doesn't really feel like a WrestleMania worthy match to me. But you've got to eventually move Liv on from Judgment Day. I've felt that way for a while. But I just don't know what the big match is. Is it Liv, Stephanie Becker? Is it Liv moving to SmackDown and taking on Jade? I don't know.
They do have that history a little bit, but I don't know. I kind of feel like they might get the belt off Jade before WrestleMania. Because, like,
Really?
what are they doing? What are they doing here? What's going on here?
Yeah, but see, that's why, of course, the other elephant in the room here is, man, Bianca Belair. I'm so surprised she's not back yet. Bianca has been gone since WrestleMania. I just cannot believe she isn't here. I just knew she was going to be a surprise entrant.
I thought so too.
When she wasn't, I was kind of like, oh, and that's another person that people might have expected at 30, and we got Tiffany Stratton. But yeah, this finger injury has been a real nuisance, huh?
Shit. Since WrestleMania, dude, we're going on a full year here at this point, you guys, of like not knowing anything either. Feel like there's no updates. Like it just feels like we're in the dark about this.
Yeah, but I bring up Bianca because if Jade's going to hold the belt until WrestleMania, that's got to be the big match. I would assume that Bianca's coming back for the Jade match. And if she's not, then what is Jade doing at WrestleMania?
I honestly just hope that Bianca's okay, I think, at the end of this. Because, like, it's a long time to be out. Like, injuries are crazy. Like, I know about mental health of wrestlers and being out. So, like, I just hope she's all good off this.
Yeah, we haven't seen Street Profits either. That's really baffling to me as well. But yeah, man, Bianca Belair was definitely missed in this match. I was hoping to see her here. I'm still hoping that she comes back by WrestleMania. I just can't imagine getting to WrestleMania this year and she's not in the mix, especially with Jade on top, because that is the big match that they've been planting the seeds with since Jade has come to this company. They did that stare down in the Rumble, and so I had hoped we would get to it at this point. I don't know. And if, like I said, if it's not Bianca, I don't know who Jade's WrestleMania opponent's going to be.
They got to figure it out very quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, we still got Elimination Chamber coming up. There's a lot of development in that,
Yeah, I mean, Bianca has won 2 Elimination Chamber matches, so maybe that's where you bring her back. I don't know, but yeah. There weren't as many production gaps in the Women's Rumble. I will at least say that. I felt like there was more of that in the Men's Rumble. But yeah, I don't know. How did you feel about the Women's Rumble overall?
I liked it better than the Men's Rumble. It's starting to be a pattern of anytime they have double men's and women's matches, like the women's match just hits harder. They take a little bit. The creativity is always better in the women's match. Men's match are just like tropes, things that we've done before. And women's at least feels up more inspired. Like I said, I love the fields and a lot of the women that were in this. I think the way it moved and the way that they showcased was just way better than the men's match.
Yeah, I agree. And the women, they had a lot of pressure. I feel like the women are always counted out. They had pressure coming into this because, like I said, the elephant in the room, how are the women going to perform in this arena in Saudi Arabia, having to adhere to the wardrobe requirements in this. And I think some of the women really rose to the occasion. Their characters still shined out regardless. And so, Matt, this is such a talented division. I just wish that all of the women got their fair share sometimes when it comes to screen time and like stories moving forward, because you've got so many talented women. And there were so many women that I think didn't really get didn't get a spot in this match or didn't get the time I expected them to. Like Julia's a big one. I'm like, Julia was in this match and I don't think she had a memorable moment in this match other than the stuff with her, Io, and Asuka.
Yeah, now there's some moments in here was like they could have been stretched out a little bit more. It could have been a little bit extra added on to these stories. I think this was the biggest. I mean, there's a lot of indictments to being in Saudi, but like this is why you shouldn't have the Royal Rumble in Saudi. 30 women having to compromise. Like this should show them what the future is, because that's crazy.
I mean, they'll clearly be back. So
Royal Rumble is gonna. I mean, WrestleMania next year is gonna be interesting. I'll say that.
Yes. Up next, we had Gunther versus AJ Styles. AJ has had an interesting year already coming into this year. At the last minute, they added AJ versus Nakamura to Saturday Night Main Event last week, which we didn't get a chance to talk about because that was last Saturday night. Really, really good match. We already know AJ and Nakamura's history together. That played into this match. I thought it was a strong match for Nakamura. One of those matches for AJ, if this is going to be a farewell tour, of course we got to get one last Nakamura match, and it delivered.
I have been confused about this whole thing for a while, Phil. When AJ started setting up, I could potentially retire. I was like, there's no way. Like, I felt like if AJ was going to be done with WWE, he was going to be done with wrestling. So I was like, I don't think this is time. Like, there's no way they would do it in this way. Then they set up that match with Nakamura, and they were doing like callback spots and tribute spots, and like, this is a final type match, Phil. And I was like, oh, that's interesting.
There was definitely finality to the match, and I was like, AJ's really wrapping up his career. It's wild to think about. And we already knew that coming into the year. AJ had already announced that last year. Right. And then he got the Punk match on Monday, and I was like, oh, he's really wrapping it up. Because this is one of those matches where I did not think we would see this match again. I didn't think we would ever see this match, especially on a WWE show. And then the match was pretty good. I mean, say what you will about like the world title stuff I think that Punk has been a good fighting champion for the last 3 weeks at the very least. I think the matches he's been having with Finn and then the Braun Breaker match and then the AJ match on Monday, those have been solid matches. I wish we had just gotten a definitive ending to the match on Monday, but you can't always get what you want. But just the fact that they knocked those 2 matches out straight away, I was like, okay, that kind of feels like AJ is like went in there and was like, they were like, okay, what do you want to do with your farewell tour? And he's just like, I want this match, and that's kind of it. And so when we got those two matches right before Royal Rumble, I was like, that's interesting. He might be really done, because why would they knock those matches out so quickly? And then, of course, we got the Nakamura IG story. Nakamura is hilarious for multiple reasons here. First of all, Nakamura saying all this stuff, like how much he inspired him to come to America. He was so influential in his WWE run, how he's an inspiration to him, an outstanding wrestler. But then he's like, but his clothes are terrible. Hilarious. Hilarious, bro. Saying all of that, like, hey man, this guy is one of the best to ever do it. A legitimate friend and inspiration to me. He ain't got no drip though. Hilarious.
Knock was like, I like it, 5-star matches. This guy's GOAT. Like, he did it, but them clothes are just not for me. Like, that's the way to really do a farewell thing. And I was like, well, damn, what's Knock saying though, Phil? That's kind of what we were all thinking. We're like, damn, this is like all this news, all this AJ stuff just kept piling on. We're like, wait, these matches. The thing that was getting me about the two matches before Royal Rumble, Phil, is it didn't look like a guy that was about to retire though. Like, no. AJ Styles is working like, yeah, he working like he's still going. I'm like, okay, it seems like they're moving towards him retiring, but it doesn't look like he's retiring.
No. But yeah, then the second thing, of course, about the Nakamura IG story is he basically spoiled that AJ Styles was going to retire at Royal Rumble, because he says, yeah, I asked him, when are you going to be done? He said, Royal Rumble, I've already decided, which is hilarious that he would just post this and not care. And of course, this said IG post is gone now, but I was like, is he really going to retire there? Because immediately I thought, would they do AJ Styles' big retirement match in Saudi Arabia? You're not going to do his retirement match in the U.S. You're going to do it immediately to start the year. Heading into February, you're already going to end his in-ring career.
Like before WrestleMania? That seemed crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, especially following 2025, and the entire year was built around John Cena's farewell tour. And then, like you said, he had two matches straight away in January where it's like, oh, he's trying to let you guys know I still got it. This is a celebration of my career. Would they really just end this before February? It turns out the answer is yes. And I was like, wait. Like, I gasped at the end of the match. I was like, wait, that's really it. Man, we gotta give it up to Gunther, bro. Gunther is incredible, bro. Great promo, great character. Fantastic heel at the moment. The way he keeps taunting people, the way he taunts the crowd, the way he talks shit to the fans, it is fantastic. The guy is hilarious. The little evil snicker he does at people after he says something, hilarious. That smirk he has when he's getting his shit off, really funny. And one of the best in-ring performers they got over there.
Yes.
Bar none. He's one of the top wrestlers in that company. This match was, I thought, one of the best matches on this show. Him and AJ were giving it up. I mean, we already know AJ is one of the best in-ring performers to ever do it, but man, him and Gunther tore it up.
Gunther becoming the legend-killing heel, or the everybody-killing heel, has been great. Like, I think his main events feel like hard. They feel real sometimes. It feels like Gunther's really beating people's ass when he starts chopping and he starts his domination. It feels like something. But again, like I talked about, Phil, with these previous two matches, AJ Styles didn't look like a fool that's about to retire. This fool was going 1,000 miles per hour. This guy was still working like it's 20 years ago, going all at Gunther, giving him all the greatest hits. Like, it just felt like when it was happening, I'm like, this is happening. I don't want this to happen. Like, what the hell's going on? Because again, in my brain, coming into this, I'm like, if AJ Styles retires, he's finished. That was what happened before that Nakamura match. A lot has changed since that Nakamura match. And last night watching this, I was like, AJ Styles is not finished, you guys.
He looked great. He gave us all the stuff. Still doing springboard 450s. at almost 50 years old. Bro, the phenomenal forearm still looks incredible. Like the pose he does in midair still hits. It still looks like the Jordan logo. Like he's still the guy. Like he looked fantastic. The stuff outside of the ring he was doing, the chops he was taking towards the end of this match. Gunther was trying to chop this man's soul out at one point, and I was just like, oh my god, oh my god, is he all right? Which is one of the things I really love about Gunther. That Gunther is very much a straightforward heel. He just tells you what he's going to do, then just goes out there, doesn't do any flashy stuff, out wrestles you, beats you with the most simplistic moves there is: chops, power bombs, sleeper holds. And this was really good. I thought the drama throughout the match, the tension throughout it was really good. The closing stretch of it, and Gunther getting the win. And once again, just kind of looking at everybody like, oh, y'all didn't think that was going to happen? Y'all thought this was going to be different? The promo he cut during the week as well of him saying, look, all of these guys keep trying to get their moments. Get these old guys up out of here. They think that they're going to live in these moments. And I'm trying to shut the door on all of these guys. I'm trying to let y'all go. It's over. Accept it's over when it's time. All of this, you want to stay here and get your flowers and celebration. No, I'm trying to play spoilers for everybody. I got Goldberg up out of here. I got the guy that everybody said never gives up to give up. And I got AJ Styles out of here before he could even get into his farewell tour. What a guy.
Every time he would laugh at AJ Styles throughout the build, and just that one when he drove off, and like there's so many different moments where it's like Gunther is such a, like, he talks shit to everybody and then he really beats their ass in the match. Like that's what a heel should be, because you want this unstoppable guy that eventually somebody stops. But the way that he's beating these legends right now, I think it's tremendous work for him, and it's really developing him into the biggest heel in WWE.
Yeah, really great stuff. The near falls in this match were great. The big power bomb Gunther hit, and AJ kicked out at the last minute. Yeah, this was my favorite match on this show, and I, of course, not shocked with the two guys that are in it, but this was really good.
AJ Styles lost, Phil. I'm still like, what though? You know what I mean? Like Gunther doing exactly what he said he was gonna do, beating AJ Styles in Saudi at the Royal Rumble. I mean, at points I was like, okay, he debuted 10 years ago in the 2016 Royal Rumble, 2026 Royal Rumble 10 years later. That's kind of a fitting in, but like where it is, what's going down, the climate right now, it still felt like, what? It's kind of crazy. It felt sudden. Like there's so many things that are kind of added on to it.
Yeah, I think it feels apropos in a lot of ways. With, like you said, this is where AJ debuted with WWE in the Rumble. He, of course, had one of the best matches of his career at Royal Rumble with John Cena. So it makes a lot of sense that he would end his career here. I just didn't think that he would be done this fast. But that gets us to our topic coming out of this, because a lot of people are like, oh, he's done. I don't think he's done, guys. With the way he wrestled in the last 3 matches with WWE, I think he's just getting started. I think he is going to wrestle somewhere else in 2026. I think that he wrapped up the WWE stuff as quickly as he did because he plans to go somewhere else to wrestle. I've seen people say this means he can have one last run with TNA. I think that makes sense for him in his career. But then when you also look at the roster over there, I'm not trying to see that. Let me find it so that I can properly say this before I tell you guys what I clearly want to see. What is your percentage on AJ Styles going to AEW/New Japan? At this moment, it's 90%. I think this guy is gone. I think he's heading to AEW. The big matches are there. I mean, as soon as this match was over and the gears started turning in my head, I was like, Ospreay. Give me this Ospreay match. Enough. Look, I know I've seen it. I've seen people do this. Oh, he's done. He's not going anywhere. I've sat in multiple crowds from 2024 to 2025 watching Will Ospreay have the best match on the show I was at. And multiple times this was happening. This guy would set it up and the entire crowd would scream in unison, Styles Clash, when he was doing it. Hey, man, there is no way AJ Styles can retire before we get this match. I don't care how we get here. I don't care if I have to sell my soul. Give me this match.
The revelation I had, that I think it was a watch along with Denise. The revelation I had after I'd already been watching Will Ospreay for 15 years, and then he hit a phenomenal forearm, and I was like, wait.
Bro.
He does a bunch of AJ Styles. I was like, wait,
he does?
Ospreay is AJ Styles' kid. Like, that revelation that I had, I was like, wait, what's going on here? It's so funny. But now, Phil, we have that opportunity. Like, the way that he was working, the way that it was going, AJ Styles, I feel like the TNA, though it ended with TNA, he didn't like the way it ended with TNA. And I don't know why people think that relationship was mended because he made a few appearances. I don't think that's going to happen. But New Japan, All Elite Wrestling, the Bucks, all those things connected to what AJ Styles is, Bullet Club, come on.
We're at the 2-year mark of when the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega kicked AJ Styles out of the Bullet Club at New Year Dash and pushed Bullet Club into the next stratosphere and what that turned into for the Elite. And then the Elite, of course, came to the U.S. and started All Elite Wrestling. Buddy. Kenny Omega versus AJ Styles is right there. And if you're telling me we can get that before this man never wrestles again, why wouldn't you do that?
Okada works for AEW, run it back. Like, come on, man. There's too many great matches.
There's too many of those. There's too many guys that he hasn't been in the ring with. Other guys that have ties to Bullet Club. Jay White. I don't know what Jay White's status is, but bro, right there, man. Like, bro, there's Swerve. There's
Swerve.
There's so many matches I want to see. Hangman, Bandito. Like, there's so many matches.
Like, you can go
bro, Takeshita, Kyle Fletcher. You can go on and on and on. There's so many matches I want to see. And y'all are talking to me about one last TNA run. Hey, man, I feel you. The lore is there. The history is there. But, bro, the matches that this guy can have before, we're talking about one of the greatest in-ring performers that has ever stepped in the squirrel circle, finishing up his career. Give me the matches, dog. I don't care about none of that.
This company, I say this about guys, this is another guy that this company was built on, the foundation that he fucking laid. Like, this company exists because of the work that AJ Styles fucking did. And him being here would be very fitting. There's a million people who want matches with them. This just feels like it. Now, I do have a question, Philip Lindsey. There is an elephant in the room here. Couple of weeks ago, the Rascals were supposed to come in as a 4-pack, and it came out that Trey Miguel had some previous information tweets that didn't line up with things. Do videos count in this? Because there is a very famous AJ Styles video that we all know, and if this is about representation and people, the gay community is going to have something to say about this. Am I right?
Well, it's funny that you say that, because I did see a tweet after Royal Rumble where I saw someone say the gay community has forgiven AJ Styles. And he still has a very big fan base over there, whether he knows it or not. I don't think that's going to factor in here, because the unfortunate thing here is, I think, Trey had some tweets. I still think that it's unfair to hold him to one tweet where he apologized, and I don't think that speaks to who he is as a person. I'm not even sure if this audio clip speaks to who AJ Styles is as a person. But here's the problem here. If Warner Brothers is like, hey, nah, it's a no on Trey Miguel. Okay, I do business with you. I'm not going to necessarily fight you. AJ Styles ain't Trey Miguel's, guys.
It's not the same. It is not the same.
There are levels to this. If Warner Brothers came in and it was like, we don't want AJ Styles here. No, we're putting up a fight because this is AJ Styles. Like it's just different, bro.
Yeah,
and I hate to say it like that.
When they told TK about Trey Miguel, he was like, "Damn, that sucks. An unfortunate one." They tell TK he can't book AJ Styles. He's gonna fight. Everyone's gonna be fighting.
And Warner Brothers is going to look at AJ Styles different. AJ Styles is a bigger star than Trey Miguel. Again, I hate saying it that way because that shouldn't be the case. But when we're talking about needle movers and we're talking about a guy that, again, can come in here and have like big, like fantastic matches with so many people on your roster that's going to draw people in. This is AJ Styles, dog. Like it's just not the same, and I know people are gonna do that right after the Trey Miguel situation. And again, I don't think it's right, but this is AJ Styles, though, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think you can.
I
don't think you can compare the two.
Just got retired on a big WWE show, one of their tentpole shows. Left his gloves in the middle of the ring. Like AJ Styles, his career, what he represents, it's gonna be different. But I just know that people are gonna bring that up, you know.
Yeah, it feels like remember when Kanye did that whole hype thing for Push when his solo album was coming out. He had the instrumental playing, and he kept going, "This is motherfucking Pusha T." That's how I feel at this moment. I feel like Tony Khan's gonna come in there and like sit at a desk with people, and they're like, maybe not AJ Styles. And he's gonna be like, "Nah, this is motherfucking AJ Styles." Like, what are you talking about?
And he's gonna be right, dog. Like AJ Styles is another. Like that's again, not fuck the needles, fuck all that moving stuff. AJ Styles moves some shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like no. You've got a chance to give us an Osprey match with AJ Styles this year. You got a chance to everything I said about Kenny Omega earlier in this show and how their product is better with Kenny Omega in the mix. Their product is better with Kenny Omega in the title picture. You've got a chance to do an AJ Kenny Omega match in 2026. No, you move mountains to make that happen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you do.
You got to do it. It doesn't matter. I forgot about Max. Max too. There's so many fucking matches, you guys. AJ is just it's just too many. You got to do what it is. Man. Send him the bag. All the shit.
Hey, I know he was doing commentary for a while. I thought it even during the Women's Rumble when Brie was doing the Yes Chance. I was like, hey man, if he want to come back and get one last AJ Styles match, I wouldn't be opposed.
Let me tell you about something I will not be mad at. 0%. If somebody get the itch sitting at that commentary table because AJ Styles is in the ring and he say, I want to get in there, let him.
Yeah. But yeah, at this point, I'm close to foaming at the mouth because I feel like this guy is going to be at AEW. And I know some people are going to be mad because they're doing the tribalist thing and it's like not my company that I want to watch. But again, these are matches that we could possibly never see again. And you've got a chance to do them.
But Phil, Peter Rosenberg told me that AJ Styles told him that this is it. He will not go against his word, Phil. This is it. He wouldn't do that.
I remember them saying the same thing with Mox. Oh, well, Mox said he's done.
Mm-hmm. Here, I'm done here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There has been no official reports. There's been nothing to say that could possibly happen, but there's too many dots, man. Mm-hmm. Bro, we already know AJ is really good friends with the Bucks. He's got too many friends in this company, man. There's too many dots.
The trademark thing that we saw this week of him registering, phenomenal one. Even how he left his stuff in the ring, Phil, it felt a little bit like, here's my WWE things, you guys. I'm going to find my other AJ Styles stuff. Like, it didn't even feel like that was the final thing on his career, you know?
Yeah. But there's been no reports, but I continue to say my at this point, my percentage is at 90. The fact that right after this was over, there were so many AEW wrestlers that were tweeting like phenomenal or teasing things. One of them was Will Ospreay. Mercedes was like, I hope the rumors are true. And I was just like,
Ricochet got into his talking shit about him because I want to have a match with them tweets, and I was like, no, I see what's going on here.
Ricochet is another one, bro. That's why I keep saying it's too many matches, dog. It's too many possibilities here. I think if this was like AJ possibly a few years ago signing with AEW and having like a 2-year stint with him, I would have a hard time believing this. But this is him saying, I'm done with my in-ring career, and you've got a chance to go to the company that specializes in high-quality in-ring action. Nah.
Everybody here studied your tapes. Like all the guys. We all studied your tapes, dog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, bro. Like this, now that the potential for that is there, I can't unsee it. And if we don't get it now, I'm going to be really mad.
That's what, like, I think my expectations were super low coming into this match because I was like, don't get my hopes up. Like, if he's done, be done. Don't tease me. But now, Phil, after these the last 3 matches he wrestled, I was like, oh, I don't. That was his putting a stamp on his WWE run. This guy's wrestling way too hard and going 1,000 miles per hour to not continue on. Like, that wasn't a farewell, see you guys later. That was a like, here's this, and I'll see you guys in 2 weeks somewhere else.
No. And after the 2 farewell tours that we saw last year, and John Cena and Tanahashi, you know, he got up for the occasion. He was putting on good matches, but you could still see the wear and tear on his body. AJ still looks great. He still looks like he's in great shape. He still looks like he can put on fire matches. And John Cena was never the great in-ring guy. Again, this is AJ's thing, is being a great in-ring wrestler. I don't know how you cannot go, hey man, go out there in the indies or go somewhere else and have the matches now. I'm almost mad that it didn't happen last year because we could have gotten a Tanahashi match.
Yes, fucking bullshit. Damn. This is the shit. What do you think it means that it was the second match on this show? Like both the matches you talked about just now were main events. They kind of built the show around it. This show wasn't built around AJ Styles' retirement, you know?
No, but that's also why it was just kind of like, oh, we're just going to end it here.
Mm-hmm. That's why I might kind of think he was just like, I'm done, you guys. And they were like, what do you mean you're done? And he was like, at Royal Rumble, that's my last match. And they were like, that what? And like, it doesn't feel like everybody was like, let's put together this great yearly thing like we did with John Cena. It feels like they were like, wait, what's happening? Oh shit, how do we book that?
Yeah, well, on the business side of it, we had been hearing for a while that he was just extending his contract. And he was telling them, you know, okay, well, I'll give you guys another year. Reportedly, his contract is set to be up in February. And so that's why, again, I don't know, guys. My percentage is pretty high at this point because this does not feel like his last match of 2026, but it definitely feels like his last WWE match.
I cannot wait for AEW Revolution in Los Angeles because that seems like his contract to be up by then and a great time to bring your boy in. Yeah.
But besides all of my immediate like hopes and dreams that bubbled up in my head right after this match, this was definitely my favorite match on the show.
Absolutely. Yeah. This was a great way to end his WWE career. I think he has a lot of amazing WWE matches. Like, I always think about, I was watching in my car Roman versus AJ, where AJ hits the phenomenal forearm through the table. Like, I was like, this is like, that's when I first started fucking with Roman. Like, you got to put AJ in on a lot of different things for what he did here. But he ain't done, and what he could do beyond that got me fucking excited. Thinking of like maybe they all together. It's the Bucks, Kenny, AJ against a crew of people, or it's Bucks and Kenny, it's Bucks and AJ against 3 people. The Rascals. Like, I'm very excited. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you're right. He did have a really good WWE run. When you consider at one point he had wrestled everywhere but WWE, and it started to feel like this wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Went over there and had a year-long run as WWE champion. Had the big matches with John Cena. Had the Roman match, like you said. Had an Undertaker match at WrestleMania.
Boneyard.
Yeah. I mean, like the Finn Balor match at TLC, and just like he got all of the big moments. I think he's done everything there is for him to do at WWE. He did it. I mean, like I said, this was the spot we thought he would never get to, and he got over there. It was treated as close to a top guy as you're possibly going to get. He was on the front of video game covers and all these other things. And like I said, this was the way that people thought that Punk was this indie guy that would never make it over there. Some people thought the same thing about AJ Styles. Like, he was a TNA guy and all these other things. And he made it to the biggest stage and became not just one of the best wrestlers to ever do it, but one of the biggest stars in this industry. And, man, you gotta take your hat off to what he achieved over there.
I don't think people realize 10 years ago, dude, like that's a long, like he had already been one of the best wrestlers in the world for 10 plus years, 11 years, 12 years of like being one of the best guys that's not in WWE. And we just thought, this is never going to happen. Him and Bryan Danielson, low key, there was a group of wrestlers, Homicide, Eddie Kingston, that I'm like, these guys are never going to go to WWE. There's no way they'll be able to be big guys. There's no way they'll be able to have WrestleMania moments. They won't be world champion. And AJ Styles did all that shit. I just started thinking about that. I'm like, I see why he stopped at Royal Rumble though, because some of his WrestleMania things they never really got it completely right with AJ Styles at WrestleMania for some reason, but he had a lot of big moments at least.
Yes. His WrestleMania resume is very interesting. I still think it's wild that the Shane match is probably his best WrestleMania match.
Right, like that don't even make sense.
But it probably is. But I mean, even when you like, bro, he's wrestled Edge at WrestleMania. He's had like big moments over there, bro.
Chris Jericho.
Yeah, Chris Jericho. And so he's done it. He's done all there is to do. I think at this point, there's always been a conversation between him and Bryan. We talk about like the greatest of all time. That's why last year when everybody was saying Cena's the greatest of all time, I'm like, he's not my GOAT, but I feel y'all have a good time. I think at this point, if AJ finishes up this like run with WWE that we thought was improbable at this point, and then goes back out there and has a run with AEW, I think for me, he's gonna be like undeniably the greatest to ever do it.
If he wins the AEW World Championship somehow, Phil, it's gonna like how do you like Bro, IWGP champion, WWE champion, AEW champ, like TNA, like there's
NWA, the guy
ROH, like go through the list, dog.
He's been a world champion everywhere he's gone. Like everywhere he's gone, he's been treated like a top guy. Like not everybody gets that.
Since 2002, you guys, like for a long, like he's always been that guy. And like this possibility, I just never thought we could get this, Phil. Like thinking of him in the ring again with the fucking Bucks and Kenny is just like, how did we get here? How do we magically get here? I don't know how, but I'm very excited about it. That's it. And again, like Phil said, no reports, no nothing. This is just pure speculation from what we're feeling.
Yeah. 90%, guys. 90%. Oh my God. Batman fan DC.
Yes.
Bro, being able to say trading AJ Styles for Jericho, brother, I will take that trade every day of the week. I will send you. I will try and add in some stuff.
I'm saying, take them. You take a fourth round draft pick next year or something. You can have a couple of things going on here. But yeah, we got some 2026 is about to be very interesting.
Bro, take them. Take them.
Take them.
The list, everything, Judas, you can take all of it.
You can have all of it.
You can have it, bro. Take them.
The list, Judas, learning tree.
All of it. Take them.
Oh, man. Yeah. Best match of the show, though. If you're going to watch one match from this, that's not going to piss you off. It's this match.
Yes. To my point earlier, by the way, because somebody was like, look at Ava's last tweet. To my point earlier about her not wanting to be in the mix with certain people and being very outspoken, her last tweet is, and now I can say with my full chest, fuck ICE and this entire administration. I think that says a lot.
Oh, ho, ho.
And so if you think this didn't have anything to do with politics, it might have. I don't know.
Ava got into the PC and looked around and was like, we're still just moving, like this is regular, like nothing's going on, like nobody's gonna say anything, and if I say something you guys are gonna be mad. I don't know, that's probably not for me.
Yes. Up next we had Drew McIntyre versus Sami Zayn for the undisputed WWE Championship. I think it's unfortunate coming into this that I didn't feel like Sami could win the match. And
No.
Coming into this year, Sami was my pick to win the Men's Rumble. I thought, like, he's been saying for so long he wants to be a world champion, and he's more popular than he's ever been. He's being booked stronger than he's ever booked. And I still didn't believe he was winning this match, especially with the way that the Drew McIntyre and Cody stuff has gone coming into this show. I just didn't buy into it. But Sami is still very popular with the fans in Saudi Arabia. Got a fantastic reaction, well-deserved. Big Sami fan. And so every time he gets these reactions, I get kind of emotional because he's another one of those guys, ROH guy, El Generico. You thought at one point, okay, yeah, he's going to get the NXT run because of what NXT means. But, like, when you think about his career now and, like, how he factored into a bloodline and the moments he's been a part of now, couldn't be more happy for him. And, man, the reaction he got coming out there, I was like, man, I really wish he was going to win, man. Because I do want to get him to get a world title run. But this match was good for what it was. Drew McIntyre is at his best when he can heel it up and be petty. Maybe one of the most petty men in the world, not just for this, but something he did later in the night. But yeah, this match was good for what it was. I thought that Sami looked strong in the match, even though I never believed he could win. Drew absolutely kicking this man's head off to end the match was crazy. Setting him up, and he's getting ready to get up after a big move, and then he's like, look me right in my eyes, and then Claymore's this guy's head clean off his shoulders. I was like, God damn. All right, match is over. See you guys later.
While he was on the mat, just violent. Yeah, I think there was too many factors as to why I didn't believe that Sami was going to win. One, Drew wasn't ready at all, 0% to lose this championship. I think honestly, Sami might have been better for him as a character to be in the Royal Rumble and get thrown out in that way. I don't really understand what this was, because, like, obviously they're building towards Drew and Cody in some capacity. So, like, what's I didn't having Sami as kind of the pawn in the middle of this, I guess, was a little bit confusing to me. But I know that now they just developed this Royal Rumble spot into, previously it was Kevin Owens' spot, but now they just moved it on to Sami Zayn as, like, the big challenger for Royal Rumble is going to be one of those guys, just because of what they present and what they could bring to this match. And in this match, feel like there's no point where we really believe Sami can win, but he's so great that he still gets you into the match. He still gets you to bite on near falls. He still gets you to believe in the story. And when he was rallying back and he had Drew in the corner setting up for the haluva kick, and you're like, oh no, Sam might could do this. The crowd's into it. And then Drew McIntyre just claymores his head off, and it feels like it's just hopeless. And then I like that last, like, kind of kill shot, no pun intended, so shout out to Swerve, of hitting that low Claymore, and Sami just folds and he's out, and Drew just pins him like he's the baddest motherfucker in the world. Like, I think Drew McIntyre, they're finally he's finally world champion, and they're making it like he's a dominant world champion, not like a chicken shit world champion. He feels like a world beater, and that was the position he needed to get to. I just don't know if Sami needed to be the pawn to do that. I think they could have used somebody else, because they're still kind of telling a story with Sami. Now I'm like, where does he go from here, Phil? Like, I think, like, there's still world championship in his future, but, like, it doesn't seem as the story was going to lay out like a year ago. I kind of felt it would.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this was a statement win for Drew. But it kind of feels hollow, to be honest with you, because I still don't believe Drew is walking into WrestleMania as champion.
Right.
I still think Cody's going to beat him before WrestleMania. At
Probably
this point,
elimination chamber.
At this point, I still kind of feel like we're heading towards Cody Roman 3. I could be wrong, but that's just how it feels to me. Again, that's the unfortunate thing about this matchup is I don't feel like coming out of this match, WWE has long-term plans for either of these guys.
No.
And they should.
Yes.
But I just don't feel like that's the case. The big reason I thought Sammy was going to win the Royal Rumble this year is because he's going to get a reaction to Saudi Arabia. And the company knows that. And so they knew they had to put him in a big spot. And it's like, if he's not going to win the Royal Rumble, we still got to put him in a big match here to justify it. And they did that, but like I said, it's kind of one of those monkey paw things where, yeah, I'm happy to see him in this spot, but I want him to get the win too, though. At this point, you've been teasing, and he's been saying for so long he wants to be world champion. I just want him to get the win. And I just never believed that was going to happen. Needed win for Drew McIntyre, but unfortunately it didn't make me feel any better about plans for him heading into WrestleMania, especially with the way he factored into the Royal Rumble. And even the way that he won the championship. It just never felt like this is it. But coming into this show and doing that tournament to lead up to the Fatal 4-Way of Saturday Night Main Event, that was kind of when I knew Sammy wasn't going to be in the Rumble. He was probably just going to have the world title match at this show.
Unfortunate situation, but I think there's a lot that goes into the future for both these guys. Yeah, because kind of the same way I felt as Sammy in this match is how I felt about Drew as the champion. Like, I think they're building it up well, but I just don't think it's going to be long enough. Like, he's just the gateway to WrestleMania when they get to the big things, and that's a little bit unfair, honestly.
Yeah. Kind of sucks that that's the case, but yeah, I thought that this was solid. I thought both of the singles matches here in between the Royal Rumbles were some of my favorite stuff on the show.
Good wrestling in both those.
Yeah. Then we got the men's Royal Rumble match. Oh boy.
Immediately, Phil. Immediately it was all over.
Oh boy. We've been doing this storyline on Raw, getting up to this point where Brian Breaker and Adam Pearce are having their back and forth. Where Braun is doing his back and forth with the authority figure, and the Vision is like having their back and forth with Pearce. And Heyman is pulling strings to get his way. That's how Braun Breaker ended up getting put in this match and because he was initially suspended. Suspension was lifted. Heyman made a full call. He's back in the Rumble. The Vision is back in the Rumble. Boy, the way that I feel like some of you guys owe my guy an apology, by the way. Because a lot of people are talking crazy about Seth Rollins like they always do. This group is sauceless without my guy. And I'm not going to let you guys lie to me and stop and tell me that it's not. This group is incredibly sauceless without him.
They had that photo where it's like the camera's down there and they're like looking up at him. And I'm like, oh my God, season this up. There is you put some Lowry's on this, brother. It is gone.
Sauceless without this guy. He's not coming out and giving you the fits. He's not standing out in front as the champion. No. It's completely sauceless without him. So you're building up to Braun coming in this, going against the authority figure, and just the trajectory you've had Braun on. Before we get into why this was terrible, because make no mistake about it, the way Braun was taken out of this match was terrible.
God awful.
You had Braun take out Seth Rollins, world champion, after one of the biggest wins one of the most validating wins for him as a character at Crown Jewel. Takes him off the map, writes him off TV. He comes out the next week holding the world title. He looks cool. He's got the sunglasses on. You've got it. You've heated him up to the point where you've wanted this guy to be since NXT 2.0. Since NXT 2.0, you've been telling us this is going to be his one day. This guy's the next up. He looked every bit the part holding that belt. So I thought, yeah, we're going to get to it.
Too, Phil. The promos that he cut, there was like 2 or 3 that he cut where he was holding that championship where I was like, oh, he got it. He ready.
Yeah, it looked that way. Then we get the Saturday Night Main Event. He's not in the match for the vacant championship. You put the title on Punk. Okay. He heated himself up again with the promos coming into this year, setting up the match on January 5th. And then he loses. Okay. All right. Well, he's going to get a better showing on a Rumble in a Rumble, right? No. Comes out on the way to the ring. First of all, I don't want to leave this part out because Oba had his big entrance coming into this match. Oba looked like a big, massive star, man.
Wow.
Man, you got to push this guy to the moon, bro. Strap the rocket to this guy. He looked incredible. Stood in the middle of that ring, and I was like, this is everything you should want out of a main guy. Bro, you got it in this guy. Braun comes down, Paul Heyman behind him. Gets jumped by.
Too. Remember, they spoiled he was going to be number 1 on SmackDown, so they had to go in and do an angle where Adam Pearce says he's actually number 2.
Yes. Yeah, we had to do that, which is crazy. Production flub to start this thing before we even get to the show. Oba looks tremendous, comes out, standing in the middle of the ring, waiting for the next guy to come out. It's Braun. Paul Heyman's behind him. Exactly what you want him to look like. This is like big vibes. Brock Lesnar, next big thing. Heyman behind him. Comes down, gets jumped by a hooded figure. I don't know what this company's obsession with hooded figures is, but boy, I am begging you. Do something else. Please, my God. Do something else. Please. I am begging and pleading with you. Please do something else.
Anything else in the world, Phil? Come up with one other idea how to get somebody out there, how to do something, because this was horrible. Yes. The Royal Rumble drives me crazy sometimes because, what this match should be about is putting somebody over, putting an accolade on somebody who's the future, who doesn't already have the accolades, because it adds something to that. So coming into this match, they're not giving Braun Breaker all the moments that he deserves. At least he'll have this dominant run in the Royal Rumble. He'll establish what his year is going to be, and we'll move forward. Shit, he could potentially win. I don't know. Nobody knows anything. Yeah. He didn't even get to the fucking match, Phil, before they jumped him, and then Oba dumped him out in 2 seconds. I was like, okay, that was... What? Yeah. Why?
So he gets jumped by this hooded figure. Hooded figure is doing Seth Rollins' moveset. Super kicks him, stomp him, pushes him in the ring. Bell rings. He gets eliminated in 12 seconds. Braun Breaker is out of the Royal Rumble. That was a lot of people's pick to win this match. He is out in 12 seconds. Now, before I get into continuing to say why this is bad, we'll get into what I think they're trying to do here. Of course, they want us to think this is Seth because they've done this with Austin Theory earlier this year, where Austin Theory showed up as a hooded figure. He's doing Seth's moves. They want us to think that Seth is the big boogeyman that is following Oba around until we get to the match. Sure. I think because this was clearly not Seth. That didn't look like Seth.
It didn't.
I think this is Pierce, if I had to guess. I think this is Pierce being like, okay, I got reprimanded by somebody higher up. I have no choice because I was wrong but to put you back in the match. But no way I'm letting you get away with this. Let me go get the hoodie and the mask out of here and get you out of this match. I think this was either that. I've seen people say Logan Paul might have been behind it. Maybe that was Jake Paul in the mask. Maybe the match at WrestleMania is Logan Paul versus Braun Breaker. There are two places this can diverge.
Okay.
All of that is fair and well if you're building stories. But at the same time, this is the guy that took out your world champion last year. This is the guy that you've been telling us is next up for over a year. You couldn't even let him have a strong showing in the Royal Rumble before you took him out. And the crazy thing is, you've done it before. He's been in this match and looked like a big world beater before. At the point where this guy should be at the place where you're doing it, you wouldn't do it here. You're gonna have him get thrown out in 12 seconds.
I didn't think it was a good way to start the match. For like what Roman had said, that was fresh into my mind as this match started. Because I was like, maybe Roman is saying this is motivation for all the young guys that are going to get out here. They're going to come in and show out. And I was like, if that's any sign of what's to come, I don't feel good about it. Like, the guy that's ready for the main event push, the guy that you guys built up from your program to now, and you guys are treating him like this in this match, I didn't like that at all. Again, Oba looked great, and Oba did get to eliminate him, so that does work in his favor.
Yeah, but I felt like this was the biggest indictment on the way that WWE has been developing new and young talent.
Yep.
And if you could come away from anything that Roman was saying and be like, hey, he was right, this was the biggest testament to why he was right. Because out of all of the stuff you've done with Brian Breaker for the last 2 years, it don't feel like we're any closer to making him the guy.
Nope.
It don't feel like, because I mean, look, if this is him versus Logan Paul at WrestleMania, or if it's him versus Seth at WrestleMania, great. But then what? It don't feel like it's just been so much stop-start, so much he had to heat himself back up. How much longer are you going to do this until nobody cares?
Yep. If you keep telling us he's just a dude, a geek that could be beat up in seconds, then they're going to start to believe that.
And more to the point, with what the vision was supposed to be, none of those guys are in a better position now. Like, you brought Austin Theory back in this way that was supposed to be a part of the storyline. Nobody cares, dog.
Just a guy.
Austin Theory is not in a better place. Bronson Reed, like I said, pinned Roman Reigns last year. He is not in a better place. Brian Breaker, for everything you've done, like I said, attack Seth, all this stuff you did with him in a program with CM Punk coming in this year, he does not feel like he's in a better place.
Not where he should be. Like, I thought he could have potentially gone to WrestleMania as a title match a couple of months ago, or going to having something different. Like the build up to the CM Punk match and how people felt about that, and they could have just fucking executed it and got back to something. Just like, they don't have faith in these young guys, and that's not a good sign.
No. I did an article for Bleacher Report that went up Friday, and it was like all of the burning questions going into this pay-per-view. And the last question I had was, you're at the precipice at this point as a company where you've got to decide, are you going to build up the next young guy, or are you just going to keep relying on established talent? That is the biggest question coming into this men's rumble, and you answered that question defiantly in 12 seconds that the answer is no, we're not going to build up young guys. We're just going to rely on nostalgia. And that happened throughout this match. I mean, the way Oba was eliminated showed you the way Javon Evans was eliminated, the way Braun was eliminated. All of those things showed you, nope, we're still relying on old names. And at some point, you have to move on. I know, it's hard to take risks. I know that you've got money, guys, but man, you've got so many guys that are ready to push this company into the future. When you look at guys that could be what Shelton was in these kind of matches, like the highlight reel, what Kofi was in this match, you got that in Javon Evans.
Yep.
When I hate making this one-to-one comparison, but the closest thing you've got to Brock Lesnar now on this roster is Obafemi. If you want the next guy that feels like the next top guy, the closest you've got is Braun.
Yeah.
And all of those guys were eliminated by old timers in the match. I just don't get it.
Yep. Oba looked the best out of those guys, but Braun getting jumped and thrown out in seconds was horrible. Dragging off Brock no-selling all of his offense and dumping him out like he's nobody, fucking horrible. Like, dumping out Oba. And like, what's what is Brock's? He's not the same guy. He doesn't represent what he did. Why is he still acting like this dominant? I can kill all you guys, and then they hold him out. I just don't. For young guys, like again, Javon Evans was in there for 40 minutes. They put a lot of spotlight on him. The moment where it's Javon, Trick, and Oba in the ring, like I loved it. Goosebumps. It felt good to see like moments like that. But there's still so many things where I was like, grown.
Dog, you know what makes some of that feel hollow? And I hate to do this, but we're gonna get into it.
Let's do it.
Obafemi, I thought looked dominant to start this match. He had 5 eliminations in a row. Came in, got that Braun elimination that we mentioned, eliminated him in 12 seconds. Eliminated Rusev, 32 seconds.
32
Rusev,
seconds?
Rusev was in this match for a cup of coffee, and Oba got him out of here. Solo Sikoa, who has been in main storylines, another one. Oba got him out of here quick and in a hurry. Believe Oba also, well, I don't have to believe. I can just pull it up. It's right in my face. Oba also eliminated Rey Mysterio, Matt Cardona right off back. 5 straight eliminations for him. Looks great. That was in the first, maybe 3 minutes into the match.
Mm-hmm.
How many eliminations did he rack up after that?
I'm gonna say 0.
0.
Yes.
How long was Javon Evans in this match? Let's get this in
40 something minutes, I think.
40 minutes and 58 seconds.
Yeah.
I believe that would make him the Iron Man of this match, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How many eliminations did he have?
0. I'm gonna say Philip Lindsey.
Yes. This is my issue. It's the half measures. Stop doing these half measures. If you're gonna put people over, put them over. Don't do it in this way where it's like, hey, we're doing some stuff, but then when you get the stars that you really prioritize in there, no, can't let him eliminate this guy. He's too high on the pecking order. Oh, can't eliminate this guy. Too high on the pecking order. And that's why I was saying earlier when I said when we get into the men's rumble, the politics at play are so obvious. It's so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can't make this guy look bad because he's too important to what we do. He's too big of a star here. But that's why I'm like, yo, if you're going to give these young guys the spot here and tell us this guy means something, then do it. Don't make this guy the Iron Man and then give him no eliminations. The object of this match is not to last the longest. It's to eliminate people and win the match.
Yeah. He
was in there for a long time, but again, what impressive elimination did he get?
Mm-hmm.
And I hate putting it that way because Javon did look great, and he was one of the most exciting people to see in this match. But I hate that when
his highlight's going to be getting that RKO.
Exactly.
That's his highlight.
I felt like I was crazy because when it was happening, I could predict it. Chill out, Google. Chill out.
Google's like, what you talking
about? I hate that I could predict it when it was happening. When he did the fake out and it looked like he got one up on Randy Orton, I was like, he's still gonna RKO him, and that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
They're not gonna let him get the full one up over him. Mm-hmm. And it was the same thing with Trick. Trick came out there, bro. That crowd was rocking for him, bro.
Wow,
rocking,
dude, crazy. They went ham, whooped that Trick. Everybody, every single person in the arena. That shit was loud,
bro. Rocking for that guy. Same thing, bro. Stop doing these half measures with these guys. You developed them up to a point for a reason. Why are you still putting guys in their 40s and letting them make these guys look like they don't matter because they're bigger stars to you? You got to move on from that crop of stars eventually. Randy Orton got it. He is a multiple-time Royal Rumble winner. He's had the moment. He's a multiple world champion. Same thing with Brock. How many times do we have to see him get a one-up over the hottest black guy you've got coming up, man? Enough. He had the moments. Move on.
Yeah. It's too like, it seems like a cliche at this point. Like, seeing Oba have all those dominating start and thinking in the back of your head, Brock Lesnar's going to come and stop this, and then Brock Lesnar comes and stop this. It's like, all right, you guys, like, come on. Why are you doing this to us?
And it annoyed me because I knew it was coming. They did the stare off. They kept having like diverges from the stare off, and I was like, I don't care how many times they delay this. Brock is gonna eliminate this guy, and that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
We shouldn't be able to predict that, dog. Because again, Brock Lesnar been there. This is the least I've cared about Brock Lesnar in his entire career. We got to move on from this guy. This guy is about to be 50. We got to move on. It's time.
When Randy was in the Final Four, I was like, why is Randy in the Final Four?
Bro.
It's like, what is this?
Bro, it's just so frustrating, man, because like I said, they had moments in this match where some of these guys looked cool. Like I said, Oba at the beginning of this match, he looked like a world beater. And then after that, he was just a part of the pack again.
Just a guy. Because they got bigger guys.
I just hate that that's the case, man. And again, I don't want to downplay that Oba did look great here. He looked incredibly impressive. But I think that's also what makes it so frustrating, because you see they know how to make a guy. If that's the case, then go all in, then pull the trigger. What you waiting on? We got to get to that moment. But no, in the early starts of this match, you can see they know how to make a guy. I mean, you saw it last year with Jay. If they want to make a guy, they know how to give the guy the moment when they're ready. But it's just always, they got to wait. And man, it's just so many guys that, bro, how long you gonna wait for Braun? How long you gonna wait? And that's why I keep saying, bro, temper your expectations when it comes to Oba, because I agree, Oba should be there, but dog, I don't feel good about it coming out of this match, because like I said, he looked great. I mean, entrance, he looked great. He looked dominant to start this match. But again, once Brock's in there, we know what's going to happen. And that has been the case with every black world champion for the past decade.
If you're black and you're world champion, you're going to be connected to this. Yeah, what I was saying about entrance music and how fans feel about it was super prevalent in this Men's Royal Rumble match. But like, it feels like Jey Uso, as an example, if you have a big entrance, that's almost like 50-60% of your presentation, and that's going to lead you to some big things. Trick Williams, I saw it, dude. He has it. He has the entrance. He has the same markings as Jey Uso. Oba, I saw it. Same markings. When that entrance hit and everybody was hoofing and oving and going ham, like the stuff that you used to say you needed in order to really hit the next level, they already got those things.
Yeah, bro. Trick came out there at number 10, and bro, that guy felt like a star.
Yeah.
But it's bro, you can't keep saying this person feels like a star
and not make him a star.
And not make him a star. Exactly. Yeah. You gotta eventually get to it. You can't keep telling us, well, look, we've built him up. You have. But get to it, dog. What are you waiting for? Especially these young dudes, man. Like, bro, Brian Breaker's 28 years old, dog.
Yeah.
By the time Brock Lesnar was 28, he had already won.
He was already world champion. Yeah.
Like, you'd already got to it with him.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's the funniest part. It's like, you've done this before with the guy that you got beating everybody up. Like, you know, if you got a prospect, you know, if you got somebody that could hoop. It's even more confusing because, like, he's legacy, his dad, his uncle, like he has all the tools you think for them to do it, but they just wait. You got to be 35. You got to have gone through all these fucking hoops and whistles, and it has to be adversity added onto it. And it's like, what if it's just hot right now and this guy's ready to fucking be champion, and let's see how it goes.
Dog,
it's frustrating. It's not frustrating.
I have to Google this to double check to make sure I'm right. But dog, Randy was what, 24 when they made him world champion?
Yep, I think he was 24 years old.
Brock Lesnar was 25 when he won the Royal Rumble.
Yep.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying.
He wasn't even in WWE for a full year.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to keep waiting. You don't have to keep waiting.
No.
And I know people will be like, "Oh, they'll get here in a few years." What are you waiting for?
Why do we need a few years?
What are you waiting for? Rant aside, I've done ranting and raving. Oba, like I said, looked impressive to start this thing. 5 straight eliminations. We got the Mr. Iguana spot, which I know, that's what the Rumble is for. You're gonna get stuff like this, like the comedy bits in the middle, the breakup spots. I did laugh when Damian Priest choke slammed Mr. Iguana and the puppet, and then stood over him. That was really funny. The way Mr. Iguana got eliminated as well by Trick Williams was really funny. I thought it fit the spot.
I don't want to be old school guy, but like, what's the point of this match? Is the point to fucking win and go to WrestleMania? Because I felt like there was 90 moments where nobody cared about winning this match, and I was like, "What is this? What are we doing here?"
It was the comedy bits, and I mean that's been a part of Royal Rumble since day one, so I can't necessarily complain too much about it. And this is wrestling. Some of this stuff is fun and entertaining. Where I was not as enthused with the comedy bit, because I didn't mind the Mr. Iguana fly. I thought it was funny.
It's chill.
El Grande Americano popped up here.
Oh,
of
God.
Course this is Ludwig. And he had Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne also with him during his entrance. And then they did the big return of Chad Gable as the first Grande Americano. And Chad's been out of action for a long time. He's in fucking fantastic shape, bro. Bro, this guy is shredded. And I'm just like, dog.
The crowd didn't get it. First of all, the crowd didn't understand when Chad Gable came out. They were like, "Huh?"
Yeah, for what you've been doing with this Grande stuff, and as long as you've been doing it, this didn't get a reaction from that crowd. And this is prime example of what I mean with Chad Gable. Chad Gable is so good, man. He's such a great wrestler. And he's one of those guys that can do anything you asked of him. The thing that made Kurt is Kurt was really good, but when you asked him to be funny, he was funny. When you asked him to do all these other things where he made people believe in him and all these other things, Chad Gable can do that. When Chad Gable cut that promo last year and was telling you how much it meant to him to be IC champion, what this meant to his family, and he needed this win, you believed him. And this is what you got him doing. Why? At this point, the Grande Americano thing has run its course. Move on from that. If you're just going to let Ludwig take it on, let him do that. Why not just let Chad be Chad in this match and have a moment? Why? He could have had the moment of just coming out as Chad Gable and eliminating Grande Americano from this match and just moving forward.
Yep. And then addressed it tomorrow on Raw and been like, "Oh yeah, I came back, but I'm not fucking with that Grande Americano shit." They had him come back, do the exact same thing, exact same mask, exact same gear, and it's like, wait, this guy is a world-class wrestler though. He's not some comedy bit wrestler. What's going on?
Yeah, and then they both eliminated each other. And Ludwig is
like a minute.
Yeah, and Ludwig has gotten so much out of the Grande Americano thing. That's why I kind of feel like it doesn't even benefit you to keep doing it with Chad Gable. At this point, you have 4 guys playing in this gimmick. Why are you like, just let Chad be Chad? I don't understand. Like, we got to see the Creeds this week as well in a tag match. And I'm just like, bro, just let Chad and the Creeds just have good matches. I don't understand. Like, move on from this with him. I'm just so ready to move on. And every time I see things like this, it reminds me of that Mox quote. I think it's from Talk is Jericho, when he says, the worst thing you can do in that company is let them know you can be funny, because that's all they'll allow you to do.
They got 4 super talented wrestlers, Phil, under Matt. It's not just like 4 dudes that they found from developmental. These are 4 of the best wrestlers that could be, that are hidden away for some bits.
I'm just ready to move on from this, especially with Chad. If you're going to do it with Ludwig, like I said, Ludwig has gotten a lot out of this gimmick. Just let Ludwig do it then. Like, just, you can move on from it with Chad. Like, you saddled Chad with so many things at this point. It feels like Owen at this part, where you saddled Owen with the blue blazer thing, and it's like you squeezed as much juice as you could out of it. Like, bro, you had this guy doing a Shorty G thing. You got him doing the El Grande thing. Now, bro, this guy is a great wrestler, dog. Just let him wrestle. Just let him hoop. I don't understand.
And like thinking back to that match he had with Vikingo before his injury, and like what he still can do. It's not like he's like he got it, dude. What are y'all doing?
Yeah.
Another one, just what we're talking about here, Phil. Young guy that could still, you know what I mean? That should have the opportunity, but they keep fucking beating him down.
Exactly. Yeah, this guy, I legitimately felt like he could have beat Gunther over a year ago, and I feel like he's worse off now.
Right. Definitely.
Yeah. Cody Rhodes entered the fray. Cody ended up eliminating Trick Williams. We got the debut of Royce. Very interesting way that they did it. They put the big powerhouse Hobbs on the brick wall and then had the brick wall get smashed down, and Royce Keys is on the screen. I think it was Sean that reported that this is a sentimental move from Royce because Royce is his son's name and Keys is his mother's maiden name. If you know, you know. Hobbs lost his mother tragically. So I think that's a good choice. I think when people get into these are not good names. Like clearly a lot of thought went into the name Royce Keys. And I thought they looked good. I thought that this was a big moment for him. I was telling you when we talked about it, how I was almost like, oh man, that's major for my guy. Like Jim Ross, we know what Jim Ross represents in wrestling. Jim Ross was a talent scout over there. Jim Ross has seen like the greats. He stamped the greats. And he was this week saying, man, if they're not putting Hobbs in a Rumble, what are we doing? I was like, man, that's so big for him, bro.
Yeah, it's huge. It's gigantic. Like it's something like he continuously, like through his whole career, has had people like that in that position say things like him. So it's always been wild. I was shocked, you guys. Like I've heard the rumors and innuendo throughout the week, or since Hobbs says since the stuff with AEW is happening, but you just never know, Phil. Like I think debuting in the Royal Rumble, that's not like a normal thing. Or like they build, like if it has happened, they've at least had like some build up, some video packages, something. Like when Vader debuted in 1996, they were like, Vader's coming to the Royal Rumble. Like, it wasn't like he just debuted, like they let him know. This is, if you're a WWE fan that's never seen AEW, you don't know who this guy is. But that's not how wrestling works these days. WWE knows that people from WWE know who AEW wrestlers are. So for them to start the whole thing with being like Powerhouse Hobbs, and I'm like, wait, huh? Like for a second, my brain like could not compute, of course, because there's a lot going on. And then they knock it down, and then Royce Keys is on there, but he still has the same singlet, same presentation. He still looks like Powerhouse Hobbs. So it's like this is a surreal moment for me, of course, because like, whoever thought that friend was going to go to WWE and debut in this big way and have this fanfare? Like I said, Phil, people don't debut in the Royal Rumble. A guy that wasn't in their developmental, a guy that has zero connections to this company. He's like nothing to do with this. And for them to be like to the Royal Rumble, that was enough for me. It felt like I was thinking about you talking about the Bears. Like I'm like, just him getting the debut and walking out there and looking like a big deal. I didn't give a fuck what was happening after that. Like that was like, this is major, you guys. Like what the fuck? Like my friend has worked so hard to get to this. There's this controversy and all these things about people, how they feel about the end of his run and what he should have did with AEW. They put out stories about he was going to make a lot of money, all this shit. None of this matters. He's here now. He's in this company and he's making his way. He's a new name, still the same guy, still the same stuff. I was sentimental. I felt emotional about all the things because, like, that's my fucking friend, man. And fuck all the rumors and innuendos. He's doing something that he's probably dreamed of since he was a little kid, you know?
Yeah, this guy went from a relative no name, a guy that was on AEW Dark, to a guy on a big, massive stage at Royal Rumble with some of the most famous wrestlers in the world. And he's in the mix with that. I thought that was a big, cool moment for him. No matter how long he lasted in it, I thought that was a major moment because people work their entire career to get here. And to your point about like them using his name from AEW initially, we've been doing the AEW to WWE pipeline for almost 4 years at this point now. And so you got to assume some of the fan base knows who Hobbs is, but it's also a little bit murky because you're in Saudi Arabia. You don't know how tapped in the audience is in Saudi Arabia. So
Right.
when people are like, "Oh, he got no reaction," I don't think that's necessarily a fair point with like I
No.
said, because this is Saudi Arabia. I don't know how different it would be if this was in a US crowd. It might have been a bit different.
That's how I felt, because I was like, I don't know, like when people are like, he's going to be in the Royal Rumble, I'm like, I don't know if they debut a guy in his position straight out in the Royal Rumble, just because is the fan base going to know him? WWE doesn't work like this, guy. I keep trying to reiterate to you guys. They send people to NXT. We saw Ricky Starks. Didn't Ricky Starks, when he did his debut promo, be like, you guys know me as Ricky Starks or something like that? Like, they always kind of do. Like, this isn't like Hobbs reinvented the wheel and fucking broke his name on TV and shit on AEW. That isn't what happened. It was just like, this guy is this guy. Instead of like us showing you 2 weeks, 2 months worth of promo videos, we're just going to tell you who you know him as and who he's now going to be.
Yeah, and did put him on NXT straight away, put him right in a Rumble. That's big for him. And I don't know what that means straight away. He could end up going to NXT after this, but
no clue.
To come straight in and that's his WWE debut is in a Rumble. Man, good for him. Happy for him. Eliminated Damian Priest. Damian Priest was a world champion, guys.
He was.
He just eliminated Damian Priest.
That shit look hard. Like, I felt like I was like, look, he's in the mix with Cody. They're trying to say he's somebody. Michael Cole did a fake happy thing. Like, it all felt like, I'm like, okay, they're trying to at least act like my guy's somebody. It wasn't like he came in, got chumped out, and that was it. I mean, like, it's better than being like Rusev and coming in and getting thrown out in 36 seconds. Like, there's some places that I wouldn't want to be. I think he looked better than some people that were in this match,
He looked better. He looked better than both Phoenix and Rusev in this match to me.
Mm-hmm. So, I don't know what this is going to be, Phil. I don't know where this is going to lead. He could still go to NXT. I don't know what this is, but I loved it, man. Shout out to my friend. Well deserved.
Yeah, and he looked strong on the way out. It took all of the Vision guys to basically get him out.
Come on. You in the mix of Logan Paul? We hate Logan Paul. He's the worst. Awful, but that means a lot of eyes are on him.
Yeah. Bronson Reed ended up eliminating Royce, but yeah, like I said, I was happy for him, man.
It's going to take some time for me to call him Royce. I will tell you that, guys, right now.
Nah, Royce the 270 is the move, man.
Royce the 270. I'm dead, dude. But yeah, shout out to him.
Yeah, shout out to Royce, man. L.A. Parker was in the match from AAA. I was surprised we didn't see many AAA guys. I thought this would have been a good spot to have Vikingo in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't here. But L.A. Parker was in this thing for a cup of coffee. Got eliminated by Austin Theory and Bronson Reed. Dragon Lee popped up. Dragon Lee is another one that I'm just really surprised they don't do more work. There were a few luchadors in this match where I'm just like, hey, man, what's going on?
What's going on? What are y'all doing?
These guys are hoopers, man. And I mean, that gets to the Ray Phoenix thing. Ray Phoenix was here, but, he was another one of those guys that was eliminated pretty quickly by Brock Lesnar. LA Knight got a big reaction, bro. Woo. It's so funny because every time LA Knight is on one of these major PLEs like Royal Rumble and Money in the Bank, we always get it's just going to be LA Knight's time. And I'm just like, guys, I don't know. And then when you hear the reaction to him, it's like, yeah, why isn't it though? Because the fans clearly want LA Knight to get something. And so I think the best thing that they had for him, and this didn't bode well for the Vision again, LA Knight just went straight through all of the Vision guys, not named Logan Paul. He eliminated Austin Theory, eliminated Bronson Reed. Of course, that played into the way that LA Knight was written off TV a few weeks ago, got tsunami'd through that car windshield or whatever. And so he immediately got his revenge, comes in and eliminates Austin Theory, Bronson Reed. But yeah, it just feels like all this stuff you did on Raw to build up the Vision as a big threat in this match, it just didn't matter. It was you kicked the main guy out within 12 seconds, and then LA Knight just came in and eliminated the rest of the guys by himself.
See, this is what I hate about WWE style booking right here in this moment. The Vision ganged up on the big homie Powerhouse Hobbs, Royce Keys now, and threw him out. And then the next entrance was LA Knight, who ran in and beat them all up. So it's like, wait, hold on. How could they beat up one guy, but they can't beat up LA Knight? Like, I just didn't really, booking like that always drives me crazy. LA Knight is the most intriguing story, I think, in wrestling, Phil, because like, the company keeps trying to be like, we're chill. We know you guys like this guy, but we're not. We're gonna do kind of the opposite way of putting him over. But the fans keep being like, fuck you. We like LA Knight. We like this guy a lot. We want him to win. When he doesn't win, they're mad. They show their vocal support. Like, so I don't know where he hit or how he did it, but he really has their support. And WWE needs to do something about it. Like he's not stopping. Like it's getting hotter for him still. Like 2 years ago, I was like, maybe it's over for LA Knight. It's not over for LA Knight at all, Phil.
No, people still want this guy to get a big win.
Yeah.
And it's just not happening. I don't know why, but it's not happening. This is where we got into the Brock stuff in the match that I wasn't a big fan of. Like you said, Ilya Dragunov joined the fray. I thought Ilya Dragunov had a good return last year, winning the U.S. Championship, back in the mix, back having good matches. Brock Lesnar sold absolutely none of this guy's offense, just kicked him out like he was a nobody. Kicked Ray Phoenix out as well like he was a nobody. And we were getting the stare downs with Oba and Brock in between this. And I thought at least Oba was going to get a chance to do something cool with Brock, and that didn't even happen. Brock eliminated him in the most uneventful and underwhelming way possible. And that's the thing here. If he had just eliminated Brock like we were all predicting, I would have still been annoyed by it. But for the stare down and things they didn't even really do anything cool. It was like we cut back and saw Brock eliminating him, and it was just like, okay, that's a thing that happened, and we're just gonna move on from it. And then I believe that's where Jay came in, right? And they had the camera on Jay doing his entrance, and so that's how we almost missed Cody and LA Knight having to team up to kick Brock Lesnar out. And that in itself is crazy. You started this match putting over how big of a threat Obafemi was. You have Obafemi get eliminated in a very underwhelming way. And then this is Brock Lesnar that you keep telling us is Brock Lesnar, one of the biggest stars in the history of this company. And then you almost miss his elimination because of a production flub.
Like I was saying, this match was based off of Brock Lesnar for a few years, Phil. It was running through him, and they almost missed his exit here, and it was just like, oh, let's move on to the next thing. There were so many let's just move on to the next things that I just didn't understand in this match. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, I did not get that at all. But the Jay stuff, you would not have thought watching the last two big multi-man matches that this guy was in that he was a world champion last year. Because he's not being treated like a world champion. He's being treated like a joke character. Like having him continue to repeat his entrance in the middle of this big match, and it's just like, dog, are you trying to win or not? Like, I thought that
exactly what I was talking about. I'm like, wait, is the point to win the match or is the point to dance? Because like this is not the way.
Yeah, I especially with the way he talked about re-entering. He did the promo on Raw where he came out in the crowd and he talked about re-entering. He put up the IG post where he said, "Just so y'all know, get ready to be mad. I'm gonna win again." And then you come out and you're doing all of the same stuff. Run back my entrance. It's like, dog, are you trying to win or not? You eliminated John Cena last year. Like what?
Mm-hmm. You won this last year.
I thought it made him look. I thought it made him look bad as a character, and I thought it made him look silly. And I thought the same thing with the Survivor Series thing. It just made him look silly. And I know it's supposed to be, but the crowd is into his entrance and it's fun. I just think it made him look incompetent as a wrestler.
Yeah. They're turning him into R-Truth.
Bro. Miz enters the fray. Roman Reigns eliminates him. Cody Rhodes eliminates LA Knight. Javon Evans eventually gets eliminated by Randy Orton after they have like a back and forth that I knew Randy Orton was going to get the upper hand in. It's very funny that, and kind of telling that after all these years and the stupid spot with Kofi Kingston, I predicted this a mile away that he was going to kick this kid out, and that's exactly what happened. And I was very annoyed with that, and I was just like, just let it go, Phil. But I was very annoyed because I was like, I knew it. I knew when they had any kind of interactions together, he was going to be gone.
Well, I said when Randy was coming out, I was immediately thinking, who could do the big Randy spot? Oh, Javon's in there. It's definitely going to be him.
Yes.
So,
but man, I think it's good that a lot of people really like Javon. People clearly know Javon already. He comes in.
He's over too. He got a big pop here.
He got a big pop. People like this kid, but that's why I'm like, do something with him. Then you got it. Do something. It's the same what I was saying with Trick and some of these other guys. You had the showcase of so many black talent in there. You did the you did a reference to the NXT match with Javon and Oba and Trick Williams, having all three of them in there. Great. And it got good reactions. People like these guys. So do something with them. That's all.
Let somebody win something.
Yeah. Don't keep saying, look, these guys are here. These are guys you should care about. Give them the wins too. Because you know how to do it. Like I said, bro, you got to it with Brock very early on. You know how to do it. You don't have to keep pushing it down the road.
Yep.
Yeah, Cody Rhodes in the mix with all the guys. They started trimming down. This is when we had a lot of guys in the ring. We start trimming them down. Penta entered the mix, ends up getting eliminated by entrant number 30, Gunther. I was very surprised Gunther was entrant number 30. Which I'll hold off on that. Gunther was entrant number 30. I think people were expecting something else. I know people were expecting Jericho. I was really surprised Jericho was not in this match.
Me too.
With a lot of the talk about him coming into this show, I don't know where Jericho debuts at this point if it's not here. But I still think he's WWE bound.
Definitely. That was probably the most surprising thing because I was when it got to 30, I was like, oh yeah, Jericho, and it wasn't Jericho. And I was like, oh, that's interesting that they brought Gunther out. I kind of like that element, honestly, bringing Gunther out because it's like, I know I had a match, but fuck this. I'm trying to get my championship back. Like, I did like that part.
Yeah. And I thought for the most part, Gunther was kind of the low key, the MVP of this pay-per-view.
He was.
Like, he was great. But yeah, Cody Rhodes still in the mix. Cody Rhodes got eliminated by Drew McIntyre, who was not in the match. Because he's on the apron trying to fight his way back into the ring, and Drew comes by, claymores him. He falls off the apron. That's how Cody gets eliminated. But again, I do think that Cody is going to win his title back before WrestleMania.
Before Mania, for sure. Yeah, he's going in as champion. He has to.
Yes. This is where Roman really took off, racked up 5 eliminations. And it
was time by then.
Once it became Roman and the rest of the guys in the field, and you look around who else is in the ring, it became very clear Roman was going to win. Roman at one point had the interaction with Jay where he's like, yeah, let's run it back, and then he hits him while he's getting ready to run back his entrance, and again that made Jay look stupid, but again it put over. Roman is always going to be the priority. Roman is always going to be the guy. Yeah, we did our little experiment with Jey Uso last year, but Roman is the guy. Like, if
the way they were treating Jacob in this match too. Like, Jacob kept having moments, and then they're like, actually, that's the big dog. Roman's the star here. Exactly.
And he did a few things like don't touch my family, but funny enough, he was the guy that eliminated both Jay and Jacob. And I should say, very happy for Jacob as well. Seeing Jacob on the stage, man. Jacob's another guy where I felt like he should have been signed a long time ago. And every time they put him in spots, he feels like a big deal. He knocks it out the park. The fact that people really loved that segment he had with Cody on SmackDown is very telling because I knew it. if you watched any of his stuff with MLW, you know this guy can talk. You know he is incredibly entertaining. His entrance to Saturday Night Main Event, where he's talking going in the way in, and he's like went from EBT to WWE, and the crowd is reacting to him. The camera's behind him when he's coming out, and they got the fire coming off. I'm like, dog, Jacob is so dope, man. And he had a pretty good match with Cody at Saturday Night Main Event. It was really basically a brawl out throughout the arena, but I thought he looked good coming out of it. I thought he looked good entering the match. I thought he felt like he belonged multiple times here, but you know what time it is once he's next to Roman. I would have loved it, by the way, if this somehow built to Jacob versus Roman at WrestleMania. I just didn't feel like that was the case. It could be eventually, but yeah, still very big fan of Jacob, man. He's just so happy he's in this position, man.
Yeah, there was a couple of Jacob was another one that hit like Hobbs of like, I saw these guys at West Coast Pro in these little places. Jacob's a former West Coast Pro world champion, so like seeing him at the state room in front of 400 people, and then now to the heights he's at is just amazing, you guys. Same with Javon, you know what I mean? Like, so I saw him in the state room, and now he's hit. Like, Javon is new here still, Phil. Like, he's still developing who he is in this company, and he's getting the big Rumble entrance. People care who he is. Like, there's a lot behind him already.
Yeah, very. There are a few guys like that. That's why I'm like, you know, I know what this is supposed to do, and that's why I hate having to nitpick it, so to speak, with like the way Javon was used in this match. I do think it's great that he was the Iron Man in this match, but I do think it's lame that he got no eliminations, man. Like, I just don't like it. But here's what it is. Roman eliminated Jacob and Jay, as I said, eliminated Logan Paul eventually. That was our final four. Logan Paul, Randy Orton, Gunther, Roman. And like I said, when you look at that final four, it's very obvious Roman's winning. You got Logan Paul that I don't think that you're going to move forward and do a world title feud with at WrestleMania, at least not yet. No. Randy Orton should not be in the final four. I don't care what nobody says. He shouldn't have been in the final four in this match. Gunther just wrestled a match with AJ Styles. I did not believe he was going to win. I think that would have been kind of a funny shock the world moment of him retiring John Cena and then AJ Styles and then winning the Rumble. That would have been really cool for him, but
that's what I thought. I was like, they're setting this up really well for Gunther if he was like to add to his resume, his accolades. But I'm like, injured limb guy throwing Roman Reigns over the top rope. Good fucking luck, buddy.
I just didn't buy that. It would have been a cool moment for Gunther, but I just didn't buy it. But yeah, so Roman makes his way through all those guys, gets 3 eliminations back to back, eliminates Jacob, Jay, Logan Paul. Randy Orton eventually ends up eliminating Gunther. I'm sorry, gets eliminated by Gunther. And then once it's Roman Gunther, I'm like, okay, you've got a guy that is fresh in the match. I think Roman entered at like 26.
Yeah.
And you've got a guy that, he's still fresh in the match, and you've got a guy that wrestled a full match. Roman's going to win. Roman eliminates Gunther. Roman is the 2026 Royal Rumble winner. The irony of him saying all those things on McAfee and saying all those things about creative, and then he comes straight in here, wins this thing. Pretty funny. I've said since last year, and this just cements what I think. Roman Reigns will be champion by the end of this year, guys. It's happening.
I'm surprised.
By April, probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure he's gonna win it back at Mania. Like, there's no way he's gonna talk all that shit, win the Royal Rumble, then not win it. Like, I think just exactly as he said in that interview, he sat back, let y'all guys have fun, saw what the landscape of this was, and was like, fuck all this, give me mine's back. And he's coming to get his back.
Roman will be champion by April at the very least. He will be champion by the end of this year. And I can't even say that I was mad at Roman winning, because at that point I knew it was coming. Once Braun got eliminated the way he did, I knew Roman was winning. And I had been saying it throughout this week. I kind of have a feeling Roman's winning, guys. And then, like I said, a minute into the match, I was like, yep, it's Roman time. You know what time it is. It's Tribal Chief time, like he said in the Pat McAfee interview. We're a long way, by the way, from Roman Reigns in 2015 winning his first Rumble, getting the very awkward Royal Rumble win. That crowd was booing him out of the building. Rock lifting his hand, endorsing him, and he's just like, "What did I do? What did I step into?" Very hilarious time to go from that to this guy being one of the most over guys in wrestling. And say what you want, him winning and like all of the people in the crowd with their ones up, even afterwards when they were doing a post show, all of the ones in the crowd. Big star. We already know that. Again, main evented 6 Royal Rumble, 6 WrestleManias in a row. I just think the most damning thing about this is he didn't need this to main event WrestleMania. He's going to main event WrestleMania anyway. To that point, last year's Royal Rumble winner, Jey Uso, opened the show. Roman Reigns main evented.
This just Royal Rumble seems like an easy accolade to add to somebody. The one person in here that don't need this fucking accolade, they gave the accolade to.
The one of the telltale signs before the match started that was like, oh yeah, Roman's winning. When they kept putting up the graphic of like, oh, all of these guys are 2-time Royal Rumble winners. They put over the greatest Royal Rumble competitor ever, Stone Cold Steve Austin. He's won 3, and I was like, the guy coming into this match that has not won 2 Royal Rumbles yet, Roman Reigns. And I was like, it's happening, guys. It's happening. And they kept trying to do the can Cody win 3? Can he be in the same conversation as Stone Cold? I was like, oh no. I see the undertone of this. The undertone is Roman is gonna be among all of the guys that won 2.
And he did it. And that crowd, every elimination field, they were letting you know that they love them some Roman Reigns. That's all they care about. As soon as he would throw somebody out, they were like, yes, fuck yeah, we love Roman.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, look, Roman is, regardless if Roman did not win, Roman is going to main event WrestleMania 42. We already knew that. And that's why I'm just kind of like, it kind of sucks that it feels like it doesn't matter what happens during the year. This guy can do sporadic appearances throughout the year, go away and come back. And regardless, the result is going to be the same. He's still going to be the centerpiece of WrestleMania. I don't care what you've done with the Vision up to this point. I don't care what you've done with Braun. I don't care what Oba's been doing on NXT. None of that matters. When we get to the show of shows, this guy is still going to be the centerpiece. And again, I get it for what this guy has been for this company. Big time draw. I just hate that it just feels like the world title picture and the main event scene at WrestleMania at the moment feels impenetrable if you're a new guy.
They compare a lot of people to a certain guy that was politicking and doing things. There's only one guy that's moving like that of, I could be gone the whole year, but I'm still going to be in the main event. Terry did that a bunch of times. Like, hey, I'm not going to be here, but when it's main event time, bet you I'll be there. And like, they call a lot of people Hogan and stuff, but there's some people that really be using it. And like, I'm not mad at him. He earned this position, dog. Like the company has told him, this is all yours. We're running through you. And like, if you want to do that, then they let him do that. I'm not mad at them for letting him do that, but we have to try to put some of their guys over. If this is Cody and Roman 3, Phil, like what is that doing?
Yeah. I will say the thing that makes it hard to put him in the Hogan category is Hogan was consistently from a certain point on always at the top. Yeah, they always put Roman in a certain category where you knew he was their guy. They also gave him a lot of terrible booking. Like when you think about like that SmackDown run with like the dog food and how bad that stuff was, that Corbin feud, and like some of the other stuff they were giving him, suffering succotash and all this other stuff. He had to go through a lot to get here to be finally accepted like this way, like he is by the fan base, and to have like the 4-year run that he did. He had to go through a lot. He had to eat a lot of shit to go there. And so it's hard to just be like, oh, he's Hogan, because Hogan wasn't humiliated in some of the ways that this guy. And then when you think of like his real, when you think about like some of his real life stuff and like like the leukemia scare and him having to go away and come back. That is a legitimately inspirational thing that he went back and then came back as one of the hottest heels in wrestling.
Absolutely.
It's just, I just want to see something new.
Something different. Like even him in something different. That's it. Like
yeah.
Okay.
That's also the point. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he wins, he's going to WrestleMania. All right, that's inevitable. At least put him in a new situation when he's get there.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like they're going to.
Yeah, that's also a point as well. I just want to see Roman do something else. You don't have to have him so attached to the world title picture. And even if you are going to have him attached to the world title picture, man, just do something else with him other than the same style of booking, the same kind of storylines. I mean, you had something at least interesting going with Jay and him last year. You planted the seeds for it, and then it went nowhere. It seemed like you were going a direction with him and the Vision and stuff. And unfortunately, Seth got injured, so you couldn't play that stuff all the way out. But, man, just do something else with him. That's all.
Roman wins again, you guys.
So that of course raises the question, where are we going from here? Because of course he has history with Drew McIntyre. That could be the match at WrestleMania. I don't buy that. It could be Drew Roman. I still believe there's a strong chance it's going to be Cody Roman, because I still think Cody's going to win his championship before WrestleMania. He might win it back at Elimination Chamber. The match that you could do that is blockbuster, that has all of the history and lore behind it, is Roman Punk. That should be a direction. Are you going to get into the inside baseball stuff with him and Punk? There's so many things you can do with that. Yeah, I
think that's the most intriguing story, because they're going to be calling each other hypocrites on the way up, and it's going to be good television. But I don't know if they want to do all that, you know.
They could, and I'm sure Roman has been waiting to get a bunch of shit off in promos.
Yes,
with him, and this is the best he's ever been as a promo. Mm-hmm. He can actually hang in a segment with Punk now. You can get some really good segments out of that. Yeah, I don't know. The problem with doing the Roman Punk feud at this point is, when this guy was at the top for 4 years, you merged 3 belts for this guy. You had to establish the World Heavyweight Championship because this guy had all of the belts. Right. And at that time, he made that belt look like a joke. When Seth was champion holding that belt, he made a point in multiple promos to say, "Oh, you got the second prize belt over there. You're second, you're number 2. And now you're going to have him come out of Royal Rumble and challenge for the belt that he made to look inferior?" How does that work?
Yeah. He's so synonymous with the undisputed WWE Championship too, that it's like, how do you go to that other one?
And that's why I believe that we're going to make you think that he's going to go after Punk until Cody wins his belt back. And that's the direction we're going to head, because I just don't see Roman holding that belt.
I can't.
And maybe you will. I think that there's a great story of Roman winning that belt, and then Seth comes back later next year and goes, "Wait a minute. I thought I was a joke. I thought my belt was a joke. You dare come over here and hold my belt?" There's stuff you could do with that, but I just don't know if I buy it. I still think at this point we're heading towards Cody Roman 3. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If we actually get a great Punk Roman match out of this, great, because I've been saying that's the last big thing for Punk to do since he's been back there. I still think, for me personally, Cody versus Punk was right there. I think that was the better feud. I think you've teased that feud 3 years in a row coming in the Royal Rumble. Cody even teased it again in his segment coming in the Royal Rumble this year on the Go Home show. I wish that was the match instead, but I don't think it's going to be.
I mean, they could potentially do some kind of. I just don't see Drew and Roman though. That just doesn't.
No,
that doesn't feel like the match to me. So yeah, I don't know. There's some directions they could go, but I feel like they're really, because I thought that last night they would have at least like a Cody and Roman, one of them Rumble, will they, won't they, are we going to get back to it? But they didn't really put an emphasis on it. And I think that's for a reason, because they're going to slowly get back to it. They don't want to telegraph it,
That's exactly what I thought, because I was like, for them to have Drew be the guy that costs Cody the Rumble spot, I was like, they're clearly going back to Cody Drew before WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
And based on the way that Drew won, I don't think he's going to beat Cody this time.
No.
So we'll see. I don't. And look, we've got other options. We still don't know what Punk is going to be doing at Elimination Chamber in the United Center. If it's Elimination Chamber match for the World Heavyweight Championship, maybe Punk won't be champion going into WrestleMania. I have a hard time thinking that that's the case, but because if you're going to do an Elimination Chamber match for the title in Chicago, why would you have him lose?
That don't make sense at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like, at this point, it kind of feels like if it's not a contenders match, that's the Elimination Chamber match. I don't know what else you're doing. Maybe you're going to do Punk versus Gunther at Elimination Chamber.
Mm-hmm. I forgot that Gunther, he is still in the mix too. That makes sense.
And then, Punk is beef with everything. Maybe you're going to run back Punk versus Finn Balor based off of the finish to the AJ match on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Huh. I don't know. There's
you got options.
Directions. Yeah, they do. They got some pretty good options.
You got good options for Punk, but then at that point, what is Punk's? Who is Punk's WrestleMania opponent at that point? Braun? Doesn't seem like it. Seems like Braun is going to wrestle whoever this mask guy was at WrestleMania.
Well, maybe they're trying to tell us that Rollins is going to be at WrestleMania, and then he'll be with Braun.
Yeah, if this were me, I think that I still think you should go with Cody Punk.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should have Cody go after Punk going into WrestleMania. Have Punk retain the Elimination Chamber, and set up something else for Roman.
What if, because we talked about it a little bit, it's kind of a stretch. I don't know if they could do it that fast. Drew beat Cody due to help from Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu beats Drew at the Elimination Chamber, and him and Roman wrestle for the belt.
Yeah. I mean, if the Elimination Chamber match is for the Undisputed Championship, I think that makes a lot of sense. You'd have a multi-man match where you can have Drew, Cody, and Jacob in the mix. But do I believe they're going to put the championship on Jacob?
Nah, I don't believe that at all. When I was saying it out of my mouth, I'm like, no, that sounds crazy as hell. But like, that would be dope.
Because I think if that's the case, if that's the Elimination Chamber match, I still think Cody's winning.
Right. It's gonna be Cody and Roman. I can't see any other way. I just can't.
That's what I think. I don't realistically believe that anything else is gonna happen, man. Like, and I mean, yeah, there are so many things you could do with Roman Punk, but do I believe they're gonna do them well at this point?
I kind of would already want them to be in the mix too, if we're keeping it real. Like if it was going to be Roman and CM Punk, like they should already be into it. And I don't think like they need time to develop. I know it's still some months, but I'm talking about time to develop. And I don't think they've really been planting the seeds as much as they would have been if it was going to be that match.
If it was going to be that match, and if that's the feud we're moving in, take the handcuffs off my guy. Let him say a lot of things that you wouldn't allow anybody else to say to Roman. If anybody in that feud can get their shit off, and if anybody can also have the retort for this guy and Roman, now that he's a better promo, there's so many good things you could do with that. Like, dog, you got so much ammunition if you're Roman. Bro. You could just be like, yo, you talked all of this shit while you was away. You came right back over here, kissed babies, went out to Saudi Arabia, right on the front of the of 2K. You came right back here and fell in line. You said all of this stuff while you're away, and you're right back in line doing whatever boss says. You are corporate. You are everything you said you weren't. But then if you're Punk, you could be like, hey man, didn't you tell me I wasn't a needle mover? It didn't take me long to come right back over here and be on the cover of the video game, be the man. I thought I wasn't a needle mover. Sure look like I am.
Yeah. But then Roman could come back and be like, the people I was talking about that didn't hold it down while I was gone, I was talking about your ass too. So like, there's a lot to be put into it. They need to do that feud. See, that sounds better. Like, there's some heat behind there. It's not going to be manufactured bullshit like Cody and Roman. They're just going to be revamping on old shit. Like, I don't care about that.
If it is heat, but I don't want any of these sanitized promos. I don't want any of this safe stuff. You got to get to it if you're going to do that. You got to give us. You got to give us an old fashioned CM Punk feud. Don't give us one of these like bloodline-esque feuds where it's just like slow walking the dog. Man, no. Get in the promos and let the haymakers fly. What are we doing?
Yeah, none of that sanitized shit, man. I don't like that sanitized shit. That happy to be here, saying things that the young people are gonna love. Fuck all that. Let's get to it, brother.
That is the least interesting version of CM Punk. No, if you're gonna do that feud with Punk, you gotta get into it, dog. Bro, you got so much, bro. I would be waiting if I was Punk. The last thing you could say in this promo is like, man, I did watch that Royal Rumble. You looked great. I saw it. Everybody had to go out there and make you look strong. That is it. That's you're done. Even Gunther, everybody got to come out there and make you look like the man again.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the way.
We'll see. A lot of things coming into this. This was Royal Rumble. I think a very very hit or miss show. I think, like Reg said, the women's match ended up being better by the end of the match. I at least liked the final stretch of the women's match. There was a lot of things I was frustrated about with the men's match. But Roman's back on top, buddy. It's Tribal Chief time.
The Royal Rumble match, before we completely move on, the men's match, the omissions are what was kind of getting me feel like. Remember Joe Hendry? Like, wasn't he a thing before? Like, what happened to him? Like, Mello. Like, there's a bunch of guys.
Yeah, no Mello.
What? How come they didn't? How come they weren't involved? What went on here? I don't know. Like, the booking of some of this was kind of head scratching.
Yeah. There were some glaring omissions. I still think that AJ Lee was like one of the biggest surprises.
Yeah. Weird.
But
I mean,
it is what it is.
Morals. I don't know. She's still busy with her book tours and things, man. She has a life outside her. Shout out to AJ Lee.
Yeah.
Let's get into a few super chats and humper chats before we move forward. Where am I? Oh, the homie Metal Death says Triple K cannot beat the allegations. LOL. I mean, we said it. It was all on display here.
Triple K is crazy, dog.
he it's like Phil's saying, he's doing like the halfway thing, and like that's. Don't give us a bunch of halfways to make a full. Like Javon has a halfway and Opa has a halfway and Trick has a halfway. That's 3 halfways. No, give me a full on one of these.
Yeah. Don't stop with these half measures with guys. If you're gonna push guys, push them.
Seriously. Appreciate that, Metal. Other Mikey V says the Rascals theme was gas. These boys can hoop. Yeah, I think the Rascals got to keep their old theme or something. Like, it sounds exactly like the vibe that are needed to go into what they are. The presentation has been great already. The matches are exactly what I was expecting.
Yes.
Glizzy Goss said Trips getting We Want Vince chants and Rydia. I think they like the show. Then now forever, chinga la migra. They loved it. The setup too, Phil, with the lights that they had and some of the seats looked empty. I was like, I don't know what was going on here, but everybody was like, it's a paid show. It doesn't matter. Okay, you win. Have fun.
You win.
Who cares about reactions? It's a paid show.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the funniest moments of the night had nothing to do with wrestling. Homeboy getting his wig punched off. Had me on the floor, bro. I was in tears, man. Oh my god, bro.
The one that his head keeps jerking back, and it just keeps like, I'm like, dog, I've never seen anything like that, man.
Bro.
Getting your wig split on national television is crazy.
Bro, he's getting punched, and all you see is like the wig flapping up. And at one point, he's like trying to like block and hold it down at the same time. And he's just getting, bro, is just giving it to him, bro. Hilarious, man.
He doesn't have fingers though, so he can't really lock it down. He's trying to use the glove.
Yo, hilarious, dog. He comes back out there with it off, and he's like, he's got the big George Jefferson. He's got the George Jefferson fighting, bro. Like, yo, then homegirl in the crowd had it on her head, bro. Dying, bro.
You can see where they did the little pencil drawings to lay it down. I'm like, this is sick, dog.
Bro, dying. That was hilarious, man.
Far and away the funniest thing is that, dog. Like, oh my! You never seen a guy get their toupee punched off? You got to go find it,
bro. Jarrell Millers, that was the fighter, and then he still won the fight.
He won,
dog. Bro, hilarious, man. Whoever, bro, the internet will always find some stuff. The internet found the guy that did his haircut, and he took it off his IG. Dog.
Dog, the internet and content and this shit is just ridiculous. But yeah, if you haven't seen, like I said, if you haven't seen a guy get his toupee punched off, go find it. Just for men. The homie Van Twinblade says, sorry I'm late, watching ER and eating waffles. AJ's not coming to AEW. Feds need to stop pretending they make stars and acknowledge that the indies are the only things that can make good wrestlers.
I mean, you got a chance to do it with Oba.
Yeah.
That's your homegrown guy. You gotta, at this point, you gotta make it happen.
Right. He wasn't developed anywhere else. He's not an indie guy. This is your guy built from scratch. Fucking Braun's like that too, though. You know what I mean? He came from football to here. It's like, you got the thing that you told us needs to happen to be a complete WWE superstar. These guys did it. They went through your system. They were in your development. They did all the things, and they need to be rewarded for it.
Yep.
I appreciate that, Van Twinblade. LaRon Ford says, Mattel is selling a Rhea Ripley doll. Why hasn't WWE made her the face of WWE and have her main event WrestleMania every year? I think it's like beyond when they talk about casuals and people they need to get in. The way that people don't know wrestling talk about her, Phil, I'm like, this is something you need to capitalize on.
Yeah, I still think Rhea Ripley should have gotten the 2018 Becky Lynch push by now. And I'm very confused why it didn't happen.
Like, what? Everybody keeps telling. Drake was talking about it. I always think about that viral picture. It was just one picture, and like the last time I checked, it had like 30 million views or something, and everybody's just like, who is this? Wonder who this is. What is she doing? It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. She's definitely got that energy, and the way that people knew who China was, even if you weren't this big wrestling fan, you knew who she was. Rhea's got that same energy.
It's just like that one time when Keke Palmer was tweeting about, and all these people are tweeting about Naomi, and it's like, dude, there's a reason. Do something with this. Capitalize on it. But yeah, Rhea Ripley is still one of the cases of like, you guys got a not just women's division star. You guys got a star bigger than a lot of the men in your division, a lot of the men in your company. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Appreciate that, LaRon. Josh D from CT, generous super chat. Appreciate you, bro. He said, these motherfuckers spitting. I'm an avid non-tribalist wrestling fan. I think after Mania this year, I'm going to cool off on main roster. Still going to watch NXT and AAA, but I can't watch 2 days of Saudi Mania next year. Checked out. This is very fair, Phil. After seeing like how it's moving, the propaganda, what the crowd, how they were reacting to a lot of the stuff in the night. And I'm like, they're going to try to do 2 days worth of WrestleMania with this. Like, good luck.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just a different fan base. It's not the American crowd. I don't know enough about the Saudi Arabian fans, but it just feels like they're conditioned to react to like the big names.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you look at what I was complaining about, like Randy Orton, Brock, and all these guys still being positioned at that guy, well, those are the guys that are going to get a reaction in front of those crowds. Like,
Yep.
And that's how I know by next year we're probably going to be at Roman Rock Fever, because it's like you're not going to be able to build a guy in the next year. I don't think that's going to be able to fill the same void that The Rock would fill.
Not like that. I figure we see Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin at this point. Like they're gonna be calling everybody. But yeah, it's pretty hard to get into, Josh. I like understand of like being like it feels a little bit icky too. You know what I mean? They're still trying to sports wash. They're still trying to do the same kind of propaganda stuff. You know?
Yeah, some of the stuff around this was definitely had that ick feeling to it. Like, oof, this is definitely paid propaganda, and yeah.
I did see somebody in the crowd with the DPW flag though. That was pretty dope.
Oh yeah, it's fire.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Josh. Leonard Aarons also says TK about to be like, yo, if you don't want the Booker all up in your shit as you retire, come to WWE. Listen. Grass is greener on the other side, they say.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, I'm gonna keep saying that now. If AEW is where the best wrestler, then WWE is supposedly where the grass is greener.
Mm-hmm. It was a bad night for the grass is greener, guys. I will say that. Royal Rumble, fucking Rusev getting holed out. Like Matt Cardona was in there for like 10 seconds. Like I'm sure it was a big payday, and I hope everything's well. But like for the future, I don't feel faith in a lot of these guys, and that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Leonard. Generous super chat from the homie Joseph Molina, who says AEW can book a casino gauntlet match for a shot at Dynasty. Have him come out at 3, and have him mix it up. Give it to me. I think Joseph's talking about the homie AJ Styles.
Yeah.
It still feels like a dream. Like it couldn't, like it shouldn't be. Not that I don't think it happened, but like it shouldn't even be possible to happen. I'm like, what? AJ Styles is even like potentially in the running to come here. Like, sign me all the way up. Appreciate it, homie Joe Molina. Michael Miranda just submits a super chat. No words. I don't know if you're trying to say anything, Mike. It's just also a generous super chat, and I appreciate you for being here with us today. I hope that you're enjoying it. Anwar Starwin says, I got a promotion at work, and listening to y'all has been very calming today. No one will survive. Hell yeah. I appreciate that, Anwar. Thanks for giving us a little bit of your promotion money here today, and I'm happy that you got a promotion. You've been down with us for a long time, man. Congrats.
Appreciate you, bro. The idea of you getting a promotion and immediately singing "No One Will Survive" is hilarious. that's what your come up is gonna be about. You getting the rest of these guys up out of here.
Somebody was watching him like, wait, what the fuck is he talking about? No one will survive. What are you about to do?
Appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, homie. Congrats again. Leonard also says y'all want it to be the one way with WWE, but they keep showing y'all it's the other way. Once the Royal Rumble stopped being about elevating new stars, the whole thing is done. Really, that was the hook. It hasn't been about elevating new stars in like 15 years at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, I just think the thing at this point is like, because we've seen them do it with guys that they really prioritize, it makes it hard to defend when they're not doing it with guys that look like they're ready.
Yes, because they always tell us, Phil, like these people need a certain thing. They got to check these boxes. They got to be blah, blah, blah. And then when they're all that and you're like, well, you said if they have all these things, then they would get it, and they don't do it. It seems a little discouraging.
Yes.
Appreciate that, Leonard. Then the homie Aaron Busby says, when y'all break it down like this, it's wild how Triple H has fumbled a heel group like the Vision. Not even Vince would do this, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, some of it is Seth getting injured, but I still think that you've taken some missteps with him, because Braun could still be the guy. I just don't know what they're doing.
And like the Logan Paul element, Phil, it's like they still try to treat him like, oh, he's this big star. He has all these followers. He's blah, blah, blah. But then like it doesn't it doesn't feel like that when he's with the Vision. He just feels like a fool in the Vision. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm confused about what the roles are of people in this group.
He doesn't fit in the Vision either.
He doesn't. That's also a thing.
It's very clear. He just don't fit.
Mm-hmm. Like they tried to fill a void. They're like, damn, Seth is injured. How can we replace something? And they didn't get the right choice.
And I mean, that's why I could see if you're going to do all of this and it's going to be Braun versus Logan Paul at WrestleMania. And it's going to be Braun basically making the point of, I should have always been out front. I let y'all do what y'all were going to do. And I said that Braun should get the moment at WrestleMania. And I never really believed that. Sure. But again, if you're going to do that, you got to give Braun the win and everything that comes with that.
But yeah, to your earlier thing, Busby, I don't think it's over for LeBron. I think that they could be marching towards that over for Braun. They're marching towards that territory of you keep setting these guys up and they keep losing. We're going to stop caring about if they ever win. But I don't think they're at that point yet. They're marching towards the territory, though, doing things.
It's getting close. It's getting close because just the stop-start push since Crown Jewel has been really crazy.
And if I'm a casual wrestling fan or I'm just watching your show, Phil, and you tell me something, if you tell me Roman Reigns is a bigger star than all these fools, I'm going to believe you. If you tell me there's a hierarchy and Braun isn't there yet, I'm going to believe you. You know what I mean? It's all in what you present to me.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Busby also says one last thing. This also proves that Ronda Rousey is right. As long as Vince old crony are still in power, nothing will change within that company. Yes, so it's the same thing. I mean, that's the clips that I see of Unreal Phil. That's what it feels like. It feels like just a bunch of fools in this office regurgitating the same bullshit, you know?
Yeah. I think that we're seeing a lot more people be out on Triple H though too. Mm-hmm. Both the talent and fans. I continue to say this is the most I've ever seen him criticized, because at one point when NXT was really like the best wrestling show on TV, people were waiting to get to this point where Triple H was booking the main roster, and we got it. And it's not what people thought. People kept saying he's going to be the savior for this company, and it don't feel that way at the moment.
I like how Nick Khan's name keeps randomly coming up though. Like it's always like, damn, I think this guy's gonna get him. He might get this guy a demotion or something. You know what I mean? Like when Nick Khan drops that look and Triple H, we've had a great time with him, but we think he'd be better suited down in Florida with his best friend. Like I feel like that's gonna be a thing one day.
Yeah.
Like they're like Nick Khan will be. We can use him as the face when we need to pivot.
Yeah, it kind of. Yeah, it does feel like a big episode of Succession.
Everyday Triple H. I'm like, he thinks them putting him on the cover of the video game is them giving it up to him. I think they're trying to give you a couple of parting gifts so you don't feel bad when it's all over.
Bro, I laughed so hard at that. Your boy going from credit boy to cover boy. Hey.
Sick individual, Phil. This is the sickest individual in the world. And the way that he's always like, oh, I didn't know. Oh, what? I can't believe this. Oh, my God. What a surprise. It's like, all right, Doc.
I think that continues to be the funniest gag of this whole thing. He keeps going, I didn't even want to be famous. I didn't even want all this attention. How did you do this, Paul? Like, bro, hey.
He gave it to Paul Heyman, Phil. He tried to like, Paul Heyman did this. What? Oh, yeah, Paul Heyman was just so persistent. All right, dog, come on.
So funny, bro. Royal Rumble opens. The video package is him walking down that hallway. I'm just like, not a wrestler, not the guy that's probably going to win the Rumble. Nope. Triple H. Again, just this guy, man.
He ain't even in the Rumble, and they're giving it up. Nah, this guy.
Bro.
Like, why are you on the cover of the fucking video game, dog?
Because
what's going on here, dude? Come on, man.
Because who gonna stop me?
Who gonna stop me? Yeah, totally. Oh, no, Stephanie did this. I had no idea. Stephanie just walked in with the cover, and she handed it to me. All right, dog.
Bro. Guys.
The Undertaker, it's his Undertaker fault. I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Sick individual. Appreciate that, Busby. Issa David, the homie, says Oba should have eliminated the first 13 men. Then Brock should have came out, and then Oba breaks his record by eliminating him. The Rumble went downhill when Brock and Jay came out.
Absolutely. And I think you could have even that's why I said in the first few minutes where he stacked up those 5 eliminations and then he got no eliminations after that. I thought that was very telling. And then Roman ends up with 5 eliminations too. It's like, bro, he couldn't even leave the match with the most eliminations. Like, come on, man.
Roman at the end coming and doing that. But yeah, it was so funny that with the, because remember when we talked about the big homie coming into WWE and we were like, do we have reservations? There's Oba Femi, like he's kind of that feels like his most immediate competition. Like, what are they doing with him? And so yesterday I was texting with some friends and they were asking me about Hobbs, my friend Rick. Shout out to my friend Rick. And I was like, oh, there's a potential that he's going to debut in the Royal Rumble. And so we were talking about that earlier in the day. And then later I was like, welp. And he's like, did he debut? And I'm like, yeah, he debuted. And he's all, did he do the famous thing where he comes in and then eliminates a bunch of guys? And I was all, no, Obafemi did that. And I was like, see, that it's always going to be Oba right there doing something that he could have been doing. And I don't know how that's going to play out, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't know how. Like, he's gonna get moments, but it's such a wild time to go to WWE. I just don't know.
It is.
If it's as opportune as it was like a year or two ago, because now you've got so many guys coming up from NXT. You've got such a crowded main event scene with so many guys that could realistically be contenders or world champion. I just don't know where he fits in. I hope that it works out for him.
When it was like, it felt like bittersweet. It felt good. And also like, when in this match specifically, we got Trick, we got Oba, we got Javon, we got like all these guys. And I'm like, this feels good, but also there's a lot of them. I don't know. They're not going to be pushing all these guys. We just got to be realistic out here. Somebody's going to have to take the back burner. Who's going to have to take the back burner, Phil?
Yeah.
Fuck. Hope it's not my homie. Fucking shit. He does have like history. He's been on TV before. He has some things to support the push, so I feel good about that at least, you know.
Yep.
The homies documentary TV just sent a nice generous super chat. No words either. Appreciate you guys submitting just to support your boys today. Y'all are dope. Shout out to Documentaries TV. Grapple Geekery also says good luck to Royce. Wrestle Talk said something similar because Saudi doesn't have an AEW TV. We'll see how the first U.S. crowd reacts. So kind of like the crowd reaction was kind of how we not I want to say how I expected it, but like more in line what I thought, because like, yeah, Saudi doesn't even want, they don't even have AEW. So a lot of these people are just what they see online and if they're tapped in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the reaction in the U.S. is going to be more telling.
But I'm just like, they had the I don't know if this is AEW. If WWE's trying to get back at AEW, fuck, it works out for me. I don't care. Like, if my guy's a pawn in the game that you're playing, he got a big debut in front of this, like, forever, no matter what, Phil. Like, he's going to look back and have that moment. He's not going to look back and be like, remember I debuted on Raw in Wichita, Kansas? No, he's going to have, I debuted at the Royal Rumble. I was in the ring. I had this big moment no matter what.
Yep. The heel group that's been in like the fixture on Raw with the team that had to get you out.
Right. And like, what if he comes and gets revenge against the Vision, and then he's locked into something? So I don't know.
Yeah, you could easily come out of this and do Bronson versus Royce, and that would be a fire match for him.
They had the little bit of stare down in there, the little interactions here. Yeah, there's some places for him to go. It's just about to get interesting. It's crowded, like you're saying, Phil, like in that place, like compared to a couple of years ago. So we're gonna have to see how they make it all work.
Right.
Ben Sifner says there is great news, guys. A new era has begun in WWE.
Say the thing, Paul. Say the thing. Say the catchphrase.
Such a smug asshole too. Every time he talks, I'm like, this guy's such a smug asshole, man. He acts like we're all the dumbest people in the world. Like, oh, you watch my show and you thought away, you're an idiot. It's like, dog, why are you?
Yeah, and
Why you
it
treat me like
permeates.
this?
It permeates through some of the fan base too, because he talks
It
like
does.
that. Some of the fans talk to other wrestling fans like they're dumb.
They do. People be talking to me like I'm dumb all the time on Twitter, every day. What the fuck do you know, you fucking idiot? You're just a dumbass rapper. And I'm like, all right, sure, okay.
I saw a tweet in response to your Triple H Booker tweet, and they were like, "This guy's too dumb to realize that promos are scripted, and that WWE wrote this." And Triple H went out there and just said what was written. And I was just like, "Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, you're right."
Yeah, there were some people responding to Matt Coon, I think, and they were like, haven't you ever saw movies like Triple H was playing a racist on TV? I was like, wait, what's happening here? There's a lot going on. We need to slow down.
Yeah, but you have stuff in his book or in The Rock's book that tells the tale, because if you know, you know, The Rock told him he was not okay with him doing blackface in that one segment, and Triple H told him, you're too sensitive about race.
Yeah.
And did it anyway. So.
And they don't want to be hearing the homie, but Ahmed Johnson's told some stories. It's not just, it's not for nothing.
He's just playing a racist, guys. That's I just don't know what the benefit would be to doing that.
Yeah, right.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not outright saying that the guy is racist. I don't know that. There are things that would lead me to that conclusion, but I just think it's funny that somebody would be like, "Oh, he's just playing a racist," even though he's also next to a very known racist that's in the White House. But I don't know.
Maybe that's just a bit too, Phil.
I don't know.
These are all bits.
No, it's just it's part of the character. It's part of the character.
That's his character. It's a character. They booked him to be racist, dog. It's fine. Yeah, I just turned all my stuff off when I started seeing that talk. I was like, all right, I think I'm out of here. Nice knowing me.
Yeah. You will not. Yeah, I saw that discourse about Triple H, and I was like, I will not be arguing with you people. What do you think this is? You think this is what, like 2022, and I'm arguing with Twitter people? No. You fools.
I love that there's people that are probably still yelling at me right now about it.
Of course they are.
Guys, I muted that shit. I mute dumbass tweets like this, and I'll reiterate it again here immediately. I don't see nothing y'all are saying. Y'all are probably calling me crazy, dumb, idiot. Haven't seen none of it because I'm not a fucking idiot. Why would I look at that?
Why would you keep arguing with people that don't want to have a conversation?
0% of them want to have a conversation, Phil. They don't care. It's about tribalism. They're like, shut up because you like AEW. Like they ain't even trying to hear what I'm saying.
Yep.
It's a waste of time. You guys have fun with it out there, though. A lot of the homies be going for. I'm like, damn, it's been 3 days and you're still doing this.
Wouldn't be me.
3 days? You wake up like that? That's crazy. Ben also says Roman was going to get the main event that they lie about the women's getting. He didn't need to win.
Absolutely.
And then the final one is Ben says, Triple K, always my CPO, Chief Propaganda Officer.
Bro, y'all, this Triple K thing is wild, bro.
It's wild as hell.
It's a wild thing to call that guy. I saw a lot of wild Triple H tweets yesterday. I was just like, y'all be let loose on this guy. We got some Humper Chats. Humper Chats regular Tony P. Always appreciate you, bro. He says, AEW is more interesting on screen, but oh boy, the backstage happenings with WWE are hot. LOL. Our Petty of the Week winner, Roman Reigns, whether it's kayfabe, work, shoot got his shit off in McAfee, then proceeded to win the Rumble. A funny, unserious man. There was nobody else that could win Petty of the Week this week. It had to be Roman.
Number one.
I got so much amusement out of that clip from McAfee.
I mean, he was already Petty of the Week, but to say all that shit right before the Rumble and then go and win the Rumble and doing all the stuff he said he was going to do in the interview, like no one's number over him. He wins.
Very funny, man. Very funny stuff. Tony continues. He says, however, how funny, as funny as it was to see him win, I'm not inspired by any of the world title matches other than Punk and barely with that choice. Roman fans are happy, but as someone said, the only thing Credit Boy knows at this point is BL lore. I'm assuming you mean Bloodline lore, betrayals, and masked men. Yeah. Yeah. I want to answer this question so bad, Cinematics. Cinematics is saying in our chat, I'm black, so how come so many black wrestlers in the Fed like him then? I'm assuming that's in reference to Triple H. We're over 3 hours in. We don't have enough time for me to get into why that may be the case and crack the case for that one for you. But I will say, I think there are clearly black wrestlers there that like him, but when you look at most of the black wrestlers that have left WWE within the last few years, there's a common trend of them all having negative things to say about Triple H. And don't get me wrong. I'm sorry, not to cut you off, but don't get me wrong. That's a very wrestling thing. I don't care who you are in wrestling. If there's like 10 people saying something negative about you, there are 10 more people that are saying very positive things about you. And just with the nature of the business and the position that Triple H holds over there, there's absolutely going to be people that like him and are going to continue to want to be on his good side. But I do think there is a common trend with certain people saying things about him since they left WWE.
The one that's been the most glaring for me has been Maven, because he's not a dark black fist in the air black man, but he's still a black man, and Triple H went out of his way at around every corner to tell him and to treat him like it. And Maven keeps telling us every time he talks about Triple H how he felt and how he was treated. And I'm like, that shows you right there the way that he says these interactions were, the way that he says he was holding people down, the way that he was moving back there. I'm like, that's where it really comes from. And it just doesn't feel like he was a good person at a lot of those moments, you know?
Yeah, some of those excerpts from The Rock's book are not great about him. And there's been other people, like I said, that
MVP.
But again, of course, black people aren't a monolith, and some people over there are going to enjoy working with him and have great things to say about him, but it's not like
send me the articles of you saying this first of all, because I'm like, who? Booker T?
And I mean, there are black people that have great experiences working with Triple H, or at least that's what we hear. But again, like, I can't sit and act like, oh well, one black wrestler speaks for all black wrestlers, or vice versa. So
they're all different.
Yeah. Sorry, I lost track of where I was with our Humper chats. Okay, here we go. He says the Rumbles weren't inspiring. He being Tony P, sorry. Tony P says the Rumbles weren't inspiring. They really neutered the future male talent. Had Brock do his usual with black talent, especially if they're imposing like Oba. We knew Liv was winning and knew a certain point Roman was too. There were a few highlights overall. Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, it felt a lot predictable in a lot of points. Like I saw most people predicted the men's and the women's winners. Like just scrolling the timeline, all the predictions were like Roman for sure and probably Liv. So it's like, I don't know if that's really the vibes, but I guess it worked out.
Yeah. Tony also says AJ Goat was great. If that man comes to AEW, he had to have a Bryan-like year of facing people before he calls it quits. Top of the list is Kenny and Will matches. Plus, I don't know if Sammy is winning any world title belt, which is a shame, man. I really want him to eventually get that world title win. I just don't know when it's going to happen now. I thought maybe this was the year. I really was pretty confident that he was going to win the Rumble and go on to win at WrestleMania. Now I'm not sure what he's doing at WrestleMania.
I mean, WrestleMania next year is in Saudi. Maybe then. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe next year. I don't know. Not getting any younger, though.
Absolutely.
More from Tony P. He says, "Who knows if they will heat up next year and ride? Sorry, who knows who they will heat up next year and ride on for Saudi Mania? Other than the Rumble, again, AW was the best on screen. Though they really need to fix the women's booking. Separate stories for all women's champs and non-champs. Also for some men too. Yeah, Tony, that was kind of my takeaway from Dynamite this week. I thought, like I said, that this was one of the strongest episodes of Dynamite in a while.
Yep.
But the women's stuff wasn't great. I think one of my disappointments with the way that the tag tournament played out and the outcome is that now you started doing these catch-all segments with the women, and I don't think it's really benefited any of the three champions. And then you've got the stuff you're doing with Tony and Mina, and it felt like that was going in a direction, and you completely halted that. And now it kind of feels like even like the Sisters in Sin and some of the other stuff is just kind of going in a circle. You're building up to Windsor and Jamie Hayter as a tag team, which could be interesting, but what's the upside now when like the tag division kind of feels like it's at a standstill? Like at this point, I think you should just put the belts on Megan and Penelope and then let the pieces fall where they do around it. Because I don't think they've done anything terribly interesting with the Babes of Wrath as champions
At all. Like putting them together. Like last week I think was the visual of them backstage last week or 2 weeks ago where it's Stat and the Babes of Wrath and they're backstage and they're like, we got all the gold. And it's like, if you're going to do the we got all the gold thing, like it has to be more active. Like the tag team championships just got defended yesterday, but they're not like at the forefront. You guys are both champions, and it's kind of Willow's not really cooking as much as she could because you don't want to pin her because she's the champion, but then you'd also don't want to put her in, like it's just too much kind of surrounding it. And it's like, maybe you should have just put the championships on Megan, on Tony and Mina first, and then had Megan and Penelope beat them because there's more heat there. You got the story right now that Tony's telling is with Marina. She's not even involved in this, so it's like, what's going on here? Like, we need to kind of get this together. We need to put more focus on it. Don't just lump all the champions together because we could be telling 3 different stories with these championship divisions.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this is becoming an albatross on both Willow and Statlander, and I would just rather see them go off in their directions and get like their own storylines and challengers. And it just feels like a lot of this is too interconnected. And I'm just not a big fan of it. But other than that, I thought Dynamite was really good. The women's stuff was very glaring this week, and that's unfortunate because I thought that the division was going in a really strong direction following Blood and Guts, and the reaction to Blood and Guts, the reaction to the announcement of the women's tag title tournament, and it kind of feels like it kind of feels like it's regressed. That was the other thing that I thought this week. This was the first week where I was like, oh, Mercedes is missed.
Dude. Yep.
Mercedes is very much missed on this show.
Yeah, that's what at some point watching Dynamite, I was like, oh no, because I watched a couple of days ago. I watched her beat the homegirl Noor at Hog Wrestling, and I was like, oh yeah, Mercedes feels like something. You could feel it on the shows. You could feel it now in the women's division. You could feel how things are moving. That shit, she needs to be back already. It's only been like 2 or 3 weeks, and we're already like, yo, what's going on here? Like, I think was having her and Tony as champions, and they're both Mercedes is traveling all over the world, and Tony was one of the hottest wrestlers in the entire company. That made it feel different. And now the place that we're at, like the pieces are great, Phil. Like we got Jamie, we got Chris, we got Willow, we got Megan, we got Penelope. So we got like all the pieces, but they're not structured in the way that they should be, you know?
Yeah. I still think that Mercedes will be back by Revolution, and that's going to play into whatever TBS title match we get. I did think Tekla versus Statlander was a good match. I think Tekla continues to grow in popularity with the fan base. It feels like they can make her champion eventually. I didn't buy that it was going to happen here, but the match was strong.
That's the one thing about Stat. Like, however you feel about her run as AEW Women's World Champion and the stories and something, you probably it's been a little bit murky. But every time that fucking bell rings for a title match, she
The
comes
matches,
to
yeah.
who. Every single one of her title matches have been from good to great, and she knows how to work. She knows what position she needs to play. Tekla was amazing in this. Like, you can't hold that against her. It's just all the other stuff.
Yeah, the matches have been hitting. So yeah, and like I said, Dynamite on the whole, like starting with the Kenny Omega Rocky Romero match, that was fun. That meme now of Rocky shimmying into the camera and he gets V triggered from behind, hilarious.
Kenny killed Rocky. That was fucking brutal. Yeah. Again, third week in a row. Kenny Omega looks great back here. I love the way this energy, the way that he's working. Like, knowing what we're getting into and how the energy of the show's been moving, it's been perfect with him.
Yes, I do agree with Rude Man, where he says stats promos have gotten better during his run. I do think when they give her the promos and like the vignettes and stuff they've been doing with her, I have enjoyed them. I think they've got to give her more in-ring promos.
Exactly.
And I think the same thing with like Tekla. I think some of those backstage things don't really hit like they should. I don't know why they don't let her cut more promos in front of the live crowd.
Because she seems super comfortable with it too. She seems like she's ready. I was thinking that promo that she did, I think it was Collision a couple weeks ago, where she was like standing on the announce table and she was talking shit to Stat, and she was like, it's just like if they give her the opportunity, she can do it. But yeah, it comes down to that, Phil. Like, we never get like the men with the champion in the ring with the mic and the challengers in there, and they're talking shit back to each other, and they're kind of going over it over the crowd. Like, we rarely get that from the women. We need more of that.
Yeah, agreed. Man, we were talking about Leo Rush earlier and how he's underrated. This guy's great, bro. Ace Austin is so dope, man, and he was fantastic in the match with Moxley. I was like, bro, very underrated. I didn't think he was going to win this match, but Moxley's been having a few of these since he won the Continental Classic. He's been having great matches on TV. And man, I thought him and Ace Austin was really good.
Yeah, I like Mox in this position, Phil, of like just wrestling all the hoopers, essentially, the young guys, trying to help get people over, not just being like resting on his laurels of like, I was world champion, so insert me right back into the title division. He's like, no, I got this belt. Now I'm building something over here. He's active weekly. Like, this is what a top guy in that position should be doing.
Yes. Yeah, I think even like the stuff they're doing with Brody, I'm glad that they're following up after the Bandito match. Brody is getting the Eliminator tournament match, the Eliminator match. I think like the worst thing you could say about like the MJF stuff is it doesn't feel like any of these guys are going to beat him. But I did really like the through line they had on the episode, and then ending with Max leaving, and you've got all of these guys that are gunning for him. I really like that, and having that follow up the main event, I thought that was a strong way to end the show. All of the title matches we got, I thought were strong. Man, it feels so bad for Jake Doyle, man. I think that Doyle and Davis have been a fun tag team so far. I enjoyed the match with FTR. Yeah. Just terrible timing for him, man. I've been wanting to see this guy get signed to one of the big two and get to show what he can do. And just like, as soon as we get here, like injured immediately. Speedy recovery to him, man. But God, just such terrible timing.
God awful timing for the homie Jake Doyle. He was just getting cooking, just signed to the big leagues, just signed. That's like everything was happening for him. The combination of him and Mark Davis, I just liked everything about it, so much about it. And to get injured in a big title match right when you're about to start cooking is so unfortunate. Speedy recovery to the homie. I hope it's not too bad. I hope he can get back out there because he was about to start to cook. And Mark Davis keeps getting in an unfortunate situation. Anytime he feels like he's about to get kicked off, some kind of roadblock, Phil, it fucking sucks.
Yeah, I feel really bad for both Davis and Doyle.
Damn.
Yeah, but the match itself with FDR, I did enjoy that. FDR is still
FTR.
Much better as heels, man. I think that they work well as heel champions. And we got that vignette with the Bucks where the Bucks are letting you guys know they are re-entering champion contention. They made a point in that segment. I was like, y'all watch our podcast or no? Because he was like, tassels. I was like, bro, I've been saying, get back, bro.
Get back to it.
Get back to the tassels, dog.
And after seeing that match on Collision last night, Phil, with the Rascals and crew, and I'm like, Young Bucks about to be back with these guys. I think it's time. I think it's about that time.
Yeah. It's about that time. Ricochet continues to be hilarious. The segment he had backstage with Jack, this was a guy that they wouldn't let talk. He wasn't confident as a talker, man. Night and day, man. Still one of the most entertaining guys in the company, and there's so many matches for this guy moving forward, man. Like, man.
Ricochet starting to get into you got to let this guy talk territory. And like,
if
you guys, like 10 years ago, if I would have said that, somebody would have laughed in my face. Now I'm like, no, give Ricochet the mic. Like, things have changed. Life is different, you guys.
Yes. Like I was saying earlier, I think that this show overall is just better with Kenny Omega here. He feels like a top baby face. He feels like a guy that should be the flag bearer for this brand. I think by the time Ospreay comes back, Kenny should be champion. If Kenny is not champion by the time Ospreay is coming back, I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, no, I need Ospreay to beat Kenny Omega. Like, that feels like the only fitting thing. Ospreay's trajectory and how he came in and the Kenny stuff that they were going through, and like, I feel like him climbing the mountaintop and winning that throne from Kenny Omega just hits way harder than anything else.
Absolutely.
Which means Kenny got to win that belt. Sorry, Max.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the Revolution match. I don't know when, but
I think
that's definitely what I want. That's definitely what I want to see. We talked about the Ciampa debut earlier. The fact that this has been such a quick turnaround for Ciampa is wild, but that added so much to the show. It made it feel like one of those year one AEW shows where we're getting the good grabs, and then like you got a big debut in the midst of it as well. Yeah, it's hard to replicate like that first year because the energy was so different. But this very much felt like a year one AEW show. I think that's what I liked about it so much.
Yeah. The unpredictability is kind of thing that it's hard to replicate these days. Like somebody was in the watch along was like, oh damn, Tommaso debuted unspoiled, and it's like how rare is that thing these days? You know what I mean? It's so hard to get to a moment like this, but this felt like that. It felt unpredictable. It felt like, oh shit. Like I feel like there was a point where WCW early when Nitro had started where it felt like, damn, next week another person might debut. Like we just don't know. It feels like they're starting to enter that stage again.
Yeah. Buddy, a few months ago, before all of this craziness happened with litigation and all of this, I sat on this podcast and I asked you the question, who is somebody I would like to see back over there? And my answer immediately was Andrade. He was cooking in that Continental Classic before he left, and he went back over there, and I'm like, I don't know, man. It ain't too late for him to just come back because I was enjoying what he was doing towards the end. It felt like he was finally starting to figure it out with AEW before he left because we went through a bit of a dark period with Andrade and AEW, but it seemed like he was figuring it out as a singles wrestler then, and I was just like, dang, it felt like we just started cooking with him, and then he went back to WWE. Boy, have I not felt more vindicated over the last few weeks. I felt more right about this in the last few weeks. Like, yeah, no, this is where this guy belonged. Now he's getting his shit off. He's coming out there flirting with women in the crowd. He's ripping his pants off. Hey, man, the way I was like in full on, like standing in front of my TV for the main event of this show, like, hey, man, we might need to strap up Andrade. Because, bro, this guy.
Listen, a few weeks ago, when Andrade when they were doing the, when he got reinserted into kind of the mix, I was on the Swerve and Kenny. We're getting to Swerve and Kenny. That's going to be amazing. I can't wait to see that match. But then Andrade started cooking, and I was like, bro, wait a second. Hold on. What's Andrade doing? Like, maybe he should, like, even this week, I was like, I think Andrade should beat Swerve because I kind of want him to beat Kenny, too. Like, I didn't, like, it's just like the switch that he switched in the last 3 weeks and locked into something crazy. I'm like, no, Andrade's ready. I think we need somebody like him up top in the position to kind of throw a wrench in all the plans, you know?
Dog. I was thinking it when he was announced for Wrestle Kingdom. That happened pretty quickly. And then I was sitting watching him in the Wrestle Kingdom match. I was like, no, this guy's great. He's everything I keep saying he is. He's great. And so far, so good. The matches he's had in AEW have been strong. Man, Swerve, for 2 weeks in a row, has given us two bangers. He hadn't been on TV. That time period where he was away nursing the injury, same thing I was saying about Kenny. This guy was sorely missed. The fact that you can now bring him back in, put him in a spot where he's not the champion, but he can still main event shows and still feel like a big star and have these kind of matches. You need a guy like that, especially when Max is champion and Max isn't going to wrestle every week. You need a guy like this that can still elevate other guys and have these matches.
What I wanted out of Swerve becoming the AEW World Champion, because it's more about, we talk about this often, Phil, it's more about just the accolade. Oh, Swerve won and he became the first black champion, blah, blah, blah. We want him to be included with talks of Kenny Omega. We want him to be included with talks of Samoa Joe. We want him to be included in talks of AJ Styles and all these top guys. We want him to feel like he belongs there, like he belongs in the main event scene. We are there. Like when he's main events Dynamite, it feels like something. When he calls somebody out for a match, it feels like something. When somebody challenges him for a match, it feels like something. He's now in that, like you were saying, I don't need to be the champion, but I'm still a top guy that's always going to be in the mix. And that feels more important to me than anything, because it's like, we need representation up there, and we need a guy that's going to be, that's not only up there, but he checks all the boxes. He's great in the ring. He fills all the elements, and that's exactly what's happening with Swerve here. And still, like I said, beyond all that, I still wanted Andrade to win just because Andrade has been fucking tearing it up right now.
And to that point of what you're saying, if Swerve's going to be in the mix and he feels like a competent challenger, it should mean something when somebody beats him. And we saw that with the Ricochet feud. It meant something then, and it meant something on Wednesday when Andrade won, because I was legitimately shocked, because I thought with the way Andrade came back, Swerve was going to win this match. And I do think it was the right call, was what you've been doing, because before they had to take Andrade off of TV to deal with like the non-compete stuff, it felt like they were building towards Kenny Andrade anyway. And Andrade and MJF have been building to something on Twitter all this time. So, yeah, this feels like the right direction. I still think that MJF Swerve is a money match, but like right now, with Andrade just coming back, I do feel like you've got to start building these things for Andrade. And I wouldn't be mad if Andrade is the opponent at Revolution for MJF.
I just think Kenny Omega and MJF would be amazing. Like nobody is against that. And like in LA, it would hit really hard. But I think Kenny could be a dynasty. Kenny could be a double or nothing. Like there's a couple of different places I think you can insert Andrade in. After, shout out to the homies in House of Glory Wrestling that I did commentary for in LA at the Globe Theater on Friday. And in the main event was this man we're talking about, Andrade, against Amazing Red. Knowing how LA and Californians feel about luchadors and the culture and the people, if it's Andrade and MJF, I think it's just going to have a little bit more to it. You know what I mean? Being in LA, what's going on? Like, I think that might fill the void. So, yeah, I think Andrade should do it, man.
Yeah, and bro, this match was a heater. These two guys was cooking. Bro, like the sequence at the beginning where they were like going back and forth, that was hot. Then, like, man, the closing stretch of this match, bro, I was like, yo, I was on the edge of my seat for this. And again, I was shocked that Andrade actually picked up the win. I think that's the right call moving forward. But man, I feel like it proves so much for what Swerve represents for this company now. And it showed that Andrade has turned a corner. Like, I think it would be so easy to come out of last year and be like, oh, well, this guy's just a problem. Everywhere he goes, like, this kind of stuff follows him. But when the bell rings, he's still Andrade.
Yeah. And the wrestling historically, since Rey Mysterio has fucked everybody's brains up, they've been trying to find a main event Mexican star for so long. Like American wrestling's like, can we please? They try with fucking Del Rio. Like we've been in a bunch of different places. Andrade's that fucking guy. That's it. He's him.
I know some people don't care about this, but at one point it was a drought for WWE in 5-star matches. The guy that got a 5-star match for WWE was Andrade at NXT Philadelphia with Gargano.
Yep. Dude, every time he hits that back elbow counter thing and it just looks
nasty,
like somebody's been shot, I'm like, this is amazing. And yet, like you said, adding the elements, now he has a woman in the crowd that he goes and takes a selfie with and gives her a little kiss, and the fucking pants thing. Like, not only is he an amazing wrestler, he's adding these little extra elements that are helping him evolve as a character too. Like, this is it.
You know what this made me think of? At one point on NXT, when Garza was doing like the bit where he ripped his pants off and like you could see all the charisma that this guy had. It's just like, yo, what are we missing? You got all the ingredients here, and it just feels like the same with Andrade currently. He's just putting all of the things together. The guy is funny. Like, yes. The guy is funny in all these backstage segments. I think he is very unintentionally funny on Twitter. And then the guy goes out there and puts on fire matches. Bro, like I said, I wouldn't be mad if you strap this guy up. And if you're not going to strap him up, get this guy in the main event scene. Because Dynasty is in Canada, right?
Yes. Vancouver, I think.
God.
Oh, yeah. See, that's where you crown Kenny Omega. He doesn't need to be crowned in LA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Give Andrade the match at LA in Revolution. But not be mad at that at all. I think that you've got momentum with this guy. I think you should run with it.
Yep. And amazing match with Swerve. I think Swerve going to be in the gym and then being like, I came back buff, but then I just want to have all these banging ass matches. I'm not gonna stop being this. Has been a crazy transition. Still, I think there's a lot we could do with the story that we developed coming into this with Swerve, Hangman, and Kenny Omega. Like, we could still tell those stories. We could still move forward. We're confused about Hangman. He's still kind of in the mix, but he's also not in the mix. So there's a lot of extra elements, I think, on top of that. And like you, Phil, I love the ending of Max walking around backstage and being like, having to interact with all these different people, and Andrade being like, hey, watch your back, dog. I'm coming to get that belt. Like, I think that Max having to have eyes in the back of his head, again, my favorite bit about being a world champion. Everybody should be after this guy.
I'm sure this might not come across well for some people, but a very funny, unintentionally added element to this is we know that Andrade lives his raps, because when he said to him, hey, man, you was talking crazy on Twitter, we've seen this guy go from you was talking crazy on Twitter to show up backstage and put hands on somebody. So we know he do it.
He does that. Wait, you was talking shit? He's gonna do something about it. Yeah, these are real raps right here. That's what makes it even better.
So yeah, I thought that was great. Great ending to Dynamite. We've got Kenny Andrade coming up. Still seems like they're teasing Kenny Swerve. I think Dynamite's in a good place in terms of like in ring and just like the regular, like the TV. And they've got a challenge at the moment of you've got this long build towards Revolution, because Revolution is until March. And I think so far so good. They've done a good job of keeping people interested and building some interesting things for Grand Slam Australia.
Yeah, I mean, it really goes to show that if you have a strong fucking main event scene, that people are interested in, like, exactly like we were saying, having Kenny Omega in the mix, having Swerve back, having Andrade, MJF, these elements are what people are interested in. So we just got to keep executing it.
Yeah. last call for super chats and upper chats, and then we're gonna slide up out of here. Appreciate you guys tuning in with us on a Sunday.
Yeah, y'all are the best. Y'all are the greatest. Appreciate y'all coming through on a Sunday. We do have some super chats before we get out of here. Appreciate y'all. Daffy AIW says, remember Uncle Dave's advice, don't do coke and tweet. Dave was wilding.
Bro. Dave is really funny, bro. It's been a lot of slander going at Dave for the last week or so. People were really mad at him about that Billy Gunn clip, which was kind of crazy to me because I was like, he didn't really say anything that was that wild, but people seem to be really upset about him. And yeah, he's been they've been shooting at Dave, and Dave has been kind of unscathed. He's been like, "What you want me to do? I'm sorry."
Yeah. Dave has doubled down a couple times, like, yeah, here's the facts. What you want from me? I don't know, like,
yes.
What do you? Everything we know about Dave Meltzer, why is anybody surprised about this? He's never nobody's ever been like, oh, Dave Meltzer's such a big fucking Billy Gunn fan. Like, what is this? Worst discourse in the world, Phil. That's where I ended up with. I'm like, this isn't. Eric Bischoff's chiming in and fucking. I'm like, oh, bro, we're dead. Get us out of here,
bro. Big Dave doubling down is very funny to me. Alvarez is taking some slings and arrows as well this week, but yeah, comes with the territory, man.
That's it. If you talk about wrestling, then that's how people are going to talk about you. But these are people that know, that are in the know. Dave knows. Anytime they try to discredit Dave, I'm like, but he's not just saying this because he's some dumb loser. But they don't understand that.
Yeah.
Fitzgerald 434 says, I don't care how we get there, but I need Omega beating MJF for the title, agreeing with us. Then all in, we get Ospreay versus Omega, with Ospreay finally winning the title. Yeah, Fitzgerald, I think a lot of us, that's our timeline. We all want kind of, all in, big stadium, Wembley, Kenny and Ospreay on top for the world title is just, that's it.
That's the move to me, man. That's definitely, man. Tony Khan, if I don't know, I don't care how you get there. Get there if you can.
Listen, we got the path. It's almost laid out for you, big dog. All you got to do is just tap it in. Easy as that. Appreciate that, Fitzgerald. Henry Kiernan says, I'm excited about Ciampa winning the TNT Championship.
Yeah. Yeah, big win for him, man. I definitely, like I said, I have to check out this episode of Collision. It sounds like the match was fire.
Yeah, really fun show. Definitely high-paced, high action. You know that Tony had Royal Rumble in mind, at least, to be like, they'll come over here and it'll be fine. Appreciate that, Henry. Fitzgerald also says TK 2 for 2 this week. Andrade winning and Ciampa winning, both great decisions. AEW doesn't get a lot of credit for putting guys over. Take notes, WWE.
Yeah.
I didn't love how they had 3 championship matches and nothing happened, but I did love the show. You know what I mean? So it would have been 5 out of 5 if somebody would have won a belt, but it was 4.5 because nobody won a belt. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want every time I get Battle of the Belt vibes, Phil, I'm like, don't do this. Don't make like we have like this championship thing and then like all the champions just retain. I mean, it's fine, but it just feels the way.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I guess because I enjoyed the episode overall, I didn't think about that. None of the titles changed hands.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate that, Fitzgerald. LaRon Ford says, I can't say enough good things about Swerve. He's a forced multiplier. He just makes everyone and everything he's involved in that much better. Yeah, it's just, I knew what Swerve was going to be, Phil. We knew how talented he was. We knew he was going to come in, but I think that has been one of his most important elements of like elevating guys too. Not just about him. It's about who he's in the ring with. It's about who he's going to be in the ring with. There's way more to the presentation, you know?
People are going to be mad because I've been saying there's a checklist I've had, and there's maybe like 2 or 3 more things that I need him to do before I'm just ready to say he's the greatest black wrestler of all time. And people are going to be mad when I say it, but guess what? I don't care. I don't care. Because these 2 things, once they're done, it's over. The Kenny match is one of them. There's a dome match that I still want for him.
The argument is already there. I know that I don't want to be getting yelled at, but like,
hey man,
there's a lot of boxes checked already, Phil. I'll tell you that.
I see how certain people talk about me, and every time I say certain things with Swerve, and y'all gonna have to just be mad. I'm sorry. I'm really not sorry, but I'm just saying it for the sake of pleasantries, because I don't give a fuck. Be mad.
Yes. Say it. It is what it is. The accolades. He got it. Adrian Carpenter says, with Dynasty in Canada, MJF Omega makes sense there.
Yep. That's what we were just saying.
Yeah, Canada's the move. Crowning Kenny in Canada. Come on, man. Who doesn't want that? Or MJF beating him in Canada? I don't know. It could be anything.
I don't know.
I just think there's way more money, and it feels like most people think there's way more money in Ospreay and Omega than Ospreay beating Max. But, I mean, Max will get you to fucking hate him regardless.
Yeah.
Thanks, Adrian. Issa also says, please give us AJ Kenny at All In. People are saying Roman's contract ends in May. You think he may come to AEW? That's hilarious. How massive would this be? 1% it actually happens. Good week for AEW.
0% on that one, buddy. I don't see
Zero.
Roman going nowhere.
Less than. Negative.
Roman ain't going nowhere, guys. That guy is he can say whatever he wanted in that interview about creative. He ain't going nowhere.
Phil, if I could say, hey, next year I'm main eventing WrestleMania, and they're like, yeah, I'm not going. No, well, you think I'm going somewhere? No, they're giving me whatever I want. I'm staying, dog. And if he's like, give me all this more money, they're going to give it to him. Come on.
Yeah, he ain't going nowhere.
And like they would, they're dumb, but there's no way they're that dumb, right?
Bro, absolutely. There's maybe like 2 or 3 guys where they would do everything in their power to make sure this person is happy and they're not going anywhere. Number 1 on that list is Roman Reigns.
It's Roman, yeah. I'm like, they're dumb. There's a horrible regime, but they can't be that dumb. There's no way they
Absolutely
would
not.
their number 1 cash cow go. They can't.
No.
I appreciate that. He's the homie Tenruza says getting Styles in New Japan AEW will be fire, even ROH. Legit. I'm saying, put him everywhere. Like I want to see him against Ace Austin. I want to see him against Myron Reed. I want to see him against Adam Priest. Like there's a laundry list of people I'd like to see him get. Tenruz also says any wild 2026 predictions, crazy switches, stories. I think AJ is probably the wildest one at this point. Maybe Bailey ? But I don't see anything super crazy beyond that.
I think the wildest prediction is AJ Styles as an AEW wrestler sometime later this year wrestling Will Ospreay. Yes. And I do think it's going to happen. I do think it's going to happen, guys.
Yeah. Because if you would have told me 5 years ago, like when AEW started, if you would have been like, AJ's going to come out and be like, no, he's not. But now I'm like, oh, shit, he actually might, dude, you know? And I know they tried when it started because why the fuck wouldn't they try?
Yeah. Yeah.
He also says, also congrats to Alcatraz on winning our Aussie Open. Not the Aussie, oi, oi, with that we know. Shout out to them, too. Shout out to Alcatraz. And then Tenders also says, Styles and CMLL, please. Also, I'm like, AJ Styles and Bandito, Phil, AJ Styles and Mystico, like, yeah.
Just AJ Styles in Arena Mexico, period. Like, dog. The atmosphere alone would be fire.
And like the new crop of New Japan guys, Suji, like we want to like AJ got some shit everywhere, man. It's crazy.
I mean, dog, the big one with the ties to Bullet Club and the guy that on our podcast was like, this guy ain't shit. Look at your hair. Gabe Kidd.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. A long resume of people we want to see dream matches against AJ Styles. So hopefully we get them. That's all of our super chats. Y'all are amazing.
Appreciate you guys. We got a handful more Humper chats. We got one from Tony P. He says, I was neutral on the Ciampa signing, but after Saturday, it proved to be a good one. He winning in a shock victory is the right call. With that, love and rest in peace to Catherine O'Hare and Desmond Wilson. Sorry. Sorry, misread that. He says, rest in peace to Catherine O'Hare and Demon Wilson. Then he says, fuck this vile administration, protect each other, peace and love. This is the most I've seen people saying fuck ICE, by the way. And unfortunately, I knew that was the case when the guy got shot in Minnesota and he wasn't a minority. I was like, oh, let's see where this is going. And yeah, it's awful. A lot of stuff is awful. A lot of stuff with this administration is not great. But yeah, just stay around like-minded people. Do what you can.
Stay vigilant.
Yeah. But yeah, I just
and fuck ICE.
Yeah.
I agree too. Yeah. Fuck them.
Yeah, stuff in Minnesota is awful. But yeah, like you saw Becky Lynch making some remarks about it in a veiled way. You've seen more and more famous people saying things now. I wish that was the energy all along, but you know how these things go.
It's trends. Oh, it's trendy now to get it. Like whatever. However we get there, we just need to get there.
Yeah. But yeah, just do your research. Get out and vote when it's time to vote. Do what you can in your immediate community.
Stay safe out there. They're pulling people out of their cars, out of their houses.
Absolutely.
Like, it's fucking insane.
Absolutely. Everybody, please stay safe. From Curtis PhD, he says, hey, y'all. Much love from the Twin City area. Shit's wild up here. Looking forward to Dynamite today and today's Grapsody episode. Y'all are welcome energy. Thoughts on all the seats at the Rumble. Seems to hide the crowd. Yeah, I don't think that it looked great. The lights. I know, like it was a part of the visual presentation for the venue. I didn't think it looked great, especially with the way the crowd was lit. Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of it.
They keep telling me that it doesn't matter. This is a paid show. So I'm like, I guess it doesn't matter. It was a paid show. But visually, it didn't look that great. I remember turning it on and being like, before I knew what the lights were, I was like, damn, it looks hella empty. But then I was like, oh, the lights are making it look more empty than it even looks. So why would you do that?
Yeah, because it doesn't matter. We made our money.
We made the money.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. From Anonymous, he says, also, y'all peep Oba and Royce Keys constantly working together. Booker T would call their tag team Meat and Meat.
2 servings of meat. I don't think you need that. You got to add a vegetable.
Yeah, get some green on that plate. I believe that is all of our Humper Chats. I just want to refresh to double check. That is all of our Humper Chats. Appreciate you guys for sending your Super Chats and your Humper Chats and tuning in on a Sunday. We'll be back next Saturday at our regular time slot.
Not counter-programmed.
But you know what it is. Until then, this has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. It's Righteous Reg. We're out of here.